Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and tonight we are going to be doing another first look, wherein I take an RPG that I don't have much experience with. Maybe it just came out. Maybe it's been out for a while, but I've never gotten around to it. And I'm going to open up the PDF. I'm going to go through it with you all. This is not a review. Can't review a game unless you've played it legitimately. And by legitimately, I don't mean a one-shot. A one-shot's better than never playing it. But I actually sometimes think that people can actually draw worse conclusions from playing a one-shot than they can from just reading the book. So there is that. Thad, no, it released yesterday. At least anybody could buy it on DriveThruRPG. So, for sure. I don't think I'm special here. I paid full retail for it. Thank you for the $2, Damien. This isn't Star Trek Adventures. I demand a recount. Here's my problem with Star Trek Adventures, Damien. We already did Modifius. We did 2D20. What are we really going to add with talking about Star Trek Adventures other than talking about Star Trek Adventures? You know, is it just going to turn us into us talking about Star Trek? Maybe that's what you really want. You just want me to talk about Star Trek. The physical's on pre-order. Yeah. No. This is not the physical, obviously. This is just the $25 PDF. Bare shelves. Yes, we're moving. We're moving down the hallway to my bedroom. So that we can move this room that I'm in right now will become my bedroom, such as it is. And, considering that, I can, that's me touching the back wall. So it's not exactly a huge room. But, hey, we're going to move that stuff over there and get things set up over there. So it'll be pretty cool. Sure. A revision. I'm not saying it's not a possibility. I'm just saying there's only so much 2D. There's only so much 2D20 that we can do. With it not feeling like it's, because again, it's just a first look. So it's like me rehashing the mechanics again. Unless they did what you feel is a significant update to the 2D20 mechanics, especially from Dune, which we did cover, in which case maybe there's more of a compelling reason to do it. So anyways, what I was going to say was that we have, we're in the process, obviously, of changing a bunch of stuff here. And one of the things that we're doing is setting up a studio in my bedroom. So the Knights will no longer be in exile. And hopefully we can get some gameplay back on the channel. For sure. We have, I left the home studio fund goal up just because I really wanted to reiterate how ridiculous that was. I did some cost expectations and some calculations, and I figured that I'd probably need about, roughly $700 to $1,000, give or take, to sort of set up the new studio. Every time we do a new studio, there's always an opportunity to tweak some things that messed. At this point, our quality is pretty high. I'm not really worried about it. It's more about production workflow at this point, honestly. So, like, for example, I want to buy mute buttons that I can put in line between the play. I was going to say the talent, but between me and my players, microphones and the audio interface, and that way a player can mute themselves while on mic, and they don't have to Bob coughs all the time, and he feels like doing this is somehow making it not that he's just coughing all over the microphone. And so if we can little things like that, and this is a good mic. A good mute. I'm sorry. It's like a bad mute. When you push it, you'll hear that sort of electrical, you'll hear that pop sound when somebody hits the mute button. But a good mute button is going to just be seamless and quiet. So little things like that, that we've sort of learned over the many years that we've done live shows and live streams. So anyways, I put a goal up and I was like, okay, we'll keep this up for the rest of the month. By that I meant into July. And I was like, hopefully we can get that goal filled before I go to Gen Con at the end of July. And we filled it in one go ahead. So crazy. However, this PDF did tap out my DriveThruRPG account. So we do have a new super chat goal, which is to get that first look fund refilled. You can also do that by using the affiliate link in the doobly-doo below. That'll, if you want to buy this game, you can buy it. And it doesn't cost you any extra money, but if we use our affiliate link on anything that you buy at DriveThruRPG, we get a couple percentage points towards our credit, which we use to pay for these first looks. So, Phil, is that some Old World just behind you? Wrong side. Yes, it is. So, interesting, Phil. We'll start getting to talk about this. Today, we are going to be covering Warhammer The Old World, the role-playing game. Now, this might sound very confusing because, and you're right to be confused, because this is currently a game that we have covered on this channel. It is the 4th edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. And Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay came out in the 80s with its first edition. And at the time, it was a role-playing game designed to support Warhammer Fantasy Battles, also sometimes called WHFB. Warhammer Fantasy Battles was the original Games Workshop Warhammer fantasy game of tabletop miniatures. Big armies clashing, what's sometimes called a rank and flank type game, where you have, big squares of, clashing troops. Of course, 40K came out via Rogue Trader some number of years later, and by the time we hit to the 90s, I think it's safe to say that 40K had more captured the wargaming audience's imagination. I've never been much of a 40K guy. Don't get me wrong. There's cool armies. Some of the rules have been okay. Mostly, I think the rules kind of suck, but I just don't find the game as compelling or as interesting as fantasy. Now, there have been bad editions of Warhammer Fantasy. And in fact, Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer Fantasy, the war game, went through 8 editions. And finally, after 8th edition, they ended the Warhammer world. It was actually called the End Times, and it was quite literally the apocalypse and the end of the world. They then brought out a new miniature game called Age of Sigmar. Now, Age of Sigmar was very different from Warhammer. It used different rules, and the armies were wild and crazy, and there was a lot. I call it Warhammer anime. It's really not, wasn't really my cup of tea, both from a visual perspective, but also from a wargaming perspective. So I just avoided the game like the plague. And a couple years back, I want to say maybe during the pandemic, Warhammer or Games Workshop announced that they were releasing a new war game. And this game was going to be called Warhammer The Old World. Now, to be clear, the Old World setting has always been what the Warhammer setting is. And it's called the Old World in contrast to the New World, in kind of like the same way that in the real life, Europe and its environs are kind of considered the Old World. The Old World was sort of a pseudo historical take on the real world in a fantasy setting, right? Like, there's obviously the country, Bretonia is totally not France, right? Even though it's totally France, but it's France with Arthurian legend. So it's kind of like a weird wonky mix-up,
Thaddeus tipped $25.
Hey, Thaddeus.
Future investment for covering the GM book when it comes out. Hope you can cover the magic, since I think it's a massive improvement over what's in WFRP4E.
All right, Thaddeus, thank you so much. I will take a look at it. I'm excited to take a look at it. Thank you, Thad, and we'll definitely keep an eye on this game, because I never played. So, anyways, but to finish up the story here, they released a new war game about maybe 2 years ago, give or take 3 years ago, called Warhammer The Old World. And this was sort of a return to the rank and flank type of game. Now, they updated the rules, and they kind of turned the clock back to a time sort of before the previous modern era. And we say modern era, but I mean, it was still obviously in a weird medieval state. But it was at a, sort of like going back a couple hundred years from when we had last seen the Warhammer world, and sort of, ticking it back. And so this is their new war game that's been out. Now, they're still making Age of Sigmar. Now, while all that was happening, Warhammer, the fantasy roleplay, got a second edition, I think in the late 80s or maybe in the early 90s. And then circa 2012 or something, they came out with Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition. Now, Warhammer Fantasy 3rd Edition was published by Fantasy Flight Games. This was the beginning of what is now called the Genesis system. It was a radical departure, very quote-unquote board gamey. It had the proprietary dice that people may know from Genesis or from the Edge of the Empire games, right? The old games, Warhammer 1st Edition and 2nd Edition, used a D100 system that was sort of reminiscent of Call of Cthulhu or, basic role-playing and RuneQuest and the like. 3rd Edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay was, by all stretches of the imagination, in production for a very short amount of time. I think it was in production for less than 18 months before it ended its run. Now, it's what introduced me to the Genesis system. It was the first sort of game to use the Genesis system, and I thought it was really, really interesting, albeit a little bit cumbersome at times. Even for me, it was a little overly fiddly. Cut to a number of years later. I'm looking for the exact date. Cut to 2020, and Cubicle 7 acquires the license to make a new Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay game. And so they released this, which is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition. They went back to the D100 system, and we did a first look on this a year or so ago. And this is sort of the classic Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. And it says, I think this is going to be an important thing for us to pay attention to, okay? The tagline for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay has been, for as long as I've known it to be, a grim world of perilous adventure, okay? A grim world of perilous adventure. And this really sets some of the tone for Warhammer that has sort of been part and parcel. A lot of people like the rules for Warhammer, but a lot of people more people like, I think, the tone and the vibe of Warhammer, which is usually considered to be fairly grimdark, right? Mud, blood, and shit, as Beowulf so eloquently put it. Well, perhaps it turns out that isn't all it's cracked up to be. Maybe there's more to role-playing than mud, blood, and shit. Or maybe modern people do not want to play the grim games, perilous darkness with hyper-simulationist games. And so, in support of their new war game, which is called Warhammer The Old World, Cubicle 7 has released a new RPG called Warhammer The Old World, the role-playing game. So to be absolutely clear, there are two different Warhammer role-playing games. One is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and this new game is called Warhammer The Old World role-playing game. And they are still producing supplements and books for both. Now, if this is your first time dealing with Cubicle 7, welcome to the clusterfuck. Cubicle 7 likes to make 18 different versions of like the same IP, but they're completely different games. So the cool thing about Warhammer, this is sure not to confuse anyone at all. Now, there is something though that is that's a big difference. We're going to get to it in a second here, but it's hard to say. But, if you look at the cover art for Warhammer, the Old World role-playing right here, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, it's got people with their guts hanging out, and they're fighting a giant rat ogre, and, he's crushing somebody's skull. And again, it's a grim world of perilous adventure. But with Warhammer, the Old World, the role-playing game, our cover art, we see what I would consider to be a more traditional fantasy adventurer, right? We see a brave knight of Bretonia atop their charger doing battle with a gore, or maybe it's an ungore. It's a beastman, right? It's a half man, half beast agent of chaos, right? We could see a wood elf of Athel Loren firing their magical bow. We can see what looks to be an amber mage of the, or I should say a beast mage of the Amber College on the left side. We could see a halfling of the Moot atop a caravan. And then, of course, we see a dwarf engineer of sorts embodied with the runes of Grungi and the like, wielding a pistol. But here's the key. So the art already is a little bit different, right? I also forgot about the Imperial Swordsman. Looks like they're from Tabelheim. Standing toe-to-toe with the dwarf, dealing battle with another beastman. Now, a couple of things I just want to note before we even get into it. And by the way, strap in. This might be a long one. I love this art. I love this cover. This this is what I want. This is what I want out of all of this, right? Like I want heroic Warhammer. And while I appreciate that Warhammer was known for its sort of grim, dark lore, I felt like they kind of went too much into grimdark because they were trying to catch up with 40K, which is absolutely dystopian and grimdark. Now, here's why this game excites me, because the tagline for this game is grim and glorious adventures in the world of legend. Now, let's contrast that with Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, which is, again, a grim world of perilous adventure. And here we have a grim and glorious adventures in the world of legends. This already suggests to me a more maybe upbeat or positive spin on the game, maybe a little bit more heroic. And I do know, because we did look on some previous streams at some preview articles that had come out about this game. By the way, I knew nothing about this game until I think Thad, was the one who actually said, hey, by the way, Derek, did you know that they're releasing a new Warhammer role-playing game here in the next couple of weeks? It's really interesting that this game kind of flew under the radar for me. But it uses a different system. It does not use the D100 sort of basic role-playing style of system. It uses a new system, and so we're going to take a look at it, because let's see. This is a really interesting comparison, especially if you go back and watch that VOD, or if you're already familiar with sort of the Warhammer 4th edition, Warhammer 2nd edition role-play games, or BRP, because, you kind of know how a D100 system works. You understand some of the grittiness, What's wrong with dystopian? Is it not pronounced dystopian? How do I not pronounce dystopian? Or do I say dystopian? Maybe sometimes I pronounce it dystopian, I suppose. Dystopian. I actually know how it's pronounced. Oh, it is pronounced dystopian. All right. Yeah, see, I don't know. What word did David, what strange pronunciation of words did I use this time? Hold on a sec.
Dystopian. Dystopian.
All right, dystopian. All right.
Dystopian.
It's not dystopian. It's dystopian. It's 4 syllables.
Dystopian.
So it's 4 syllables. So maybe we're all pronouncing it wrong. Oh, okay. Dystopian. All right. Does stop peeing. All right. Yeah, that's how we're going to say it now. Does stop peeing. Okay. So let's get into Warhammer. Now, again, if this is like Warhammer The Old World, the war game, this is taking the clock of the Warhammer world and ticking it back a couple hundreds of years to a time when, obviously a lot of the political entities that existed in the time of the traditional Warhammer timeline are still in existence, but it's a different place. It's a different, it's a different thing. No, it's not a couple dozen thousand. Thad is saying it's about 400 years. And again, my up-to-date lore on Old World lore is a little light, just because I haven't really been digging into this war game yet. So most of my stuff is called here. No, King Hodop. Warhammer 40,000 is the space game. That's a completely separate IP. Right. No Karl Franz. This is a time before, what we know in the modern stuff. Yes, it's 400 years before Warhammer role-playing. Yes, correct. Yes, it's the one that most people only have familiar with. Yes, correct. All right, so let's get into it. All right. Last edited June 23rd, 2025. It was 3 days old. All right. So we got a table of contents. We've got ourselves a 188-page book. So already we're under the 200-page count. That makes me happy. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay clocked in at 350, by the way. And let's take a look. So we've got this book. We've got character creation, which takes a whopping 50 pages and is the first, basically, essentially the first chapter. You know I'm not a fan of that because the rules don't start to page 107. But Thad is saying there is a short rules intro. Good. Okay. That's good. I would still prefer the rules to come first, but we have our abilities. So it's like, hey, make a character. Now learn what your abilities do. Now learn what the rules do. We've got 20 pages of equipment. I do not believe so, because this is very clearly the player's guide. Yeah, see, the player's guide. So I'm assuming they're going to come out with a GM guide. Because what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing it's no. Now they do have, they have 20 pages at the end about the old world. They do have information about magic. We have some information about downtime and religion, but there is no GM section and there is no bestiary that we can see here. So, all right. So we've got character creation, equipment, abilities, rules, between adventures. Looks like there's some sort of downtime system here. We have a short 10 pages about religion and belief. Gods are pretty important, especially in the Empire. I mean, generally speaking, within Warhammer. Gods are a little strange in Warhammer. They're very important and they're very prevalent, but they're also very distant, if that makes sense. Like, faith clearly produces magic, but it isn't the kind of like D&D type religion where it's like, you're just hanging out chatting with angels and you got, your god on speed dial. Like, the gods are pretty remote and distant. There's also this idea that like gods in the Warhammer world like represent the combined psychic presence of people in astral space, and that the collective will of people creates entities. So anyways, and then we have a section on magic. Now, magic in Warhammer Fantasy 4th edition, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, was so fucked up that they actually released an entire supplement that basically said, throw out the original system and replace it. So it'll be interesting to see what we do this year. That's just a fan. Thaddeus, they're never quite clear if that is the case, because they do talk in the original lore, right, about the collapse of the Stargates and the old gods. And I mean, that's very clearly tied to the birth of Slaanesh and all that other stuff. The old ones and whatnot. I will say, for the 18 trillion millionth time, I love the art of Warhammer. It's just so cool and evocative. All right. The Empire stands divided yet unyielding. Victory in the Vampire Wars ushered in an era of relative peace and prosperity, but it has not brought unity. Emboldened by overcoming the accursed Counts von Karstein, the elector counts who govern the cities and states fell to bickering, unable to agree who should rule as emperor. They eye each other with suspicion, squabbling over petty borders, turning a deaf ear to doomsayers and augurs alike. But the old world remains a dangerous place. Many hungry eyes look upon the divided empire and know that their hour is close at hand. So already off the bat, right, we sort of have a nice points of light setting where the empire is not, completely, one solid political unity. It is not ruled by an empire, augurs, people who augur, people who cast augury, soothsayers, people who predict the future. Well, the key to creating a points of light campaign is create points of light and make sure that the players, have places to go to. I think a lot of people make a mistake when they do a points of light campaign is they make a point of Light campaign, which is a kind of more of a West Marches style, where there's just like the one city, and then it's just radical darkness, Well, the Empire, Beowulf, has always been divided into counties, and the elector counts, I think there's 13 of them or something like that, have always voted for the emperor. So I'm assuming that, it's still the number of counties. Tabelheim, Reichland, Middenheim, the Moot. My brain is blanking on this. Reichland. I don't know if I can name all of the counties of the Empire. These cannons look suspiciously placed. Okay, it looks like the default setting is Talagad. Wait. Well, it looks like they didn't know how to spell it. Streets of Talagad, and then they're like, there are dozens of towns like Talagad across the Empire. Not sure which one it's supposed to be. It's on the Talabek River, so I'm assuming it's supposed to be Talagad. And this is in the shadow of Talabheim, the city's nobility. Lots of art. All right. New to role-playing games? Here's how a role-playing game works. So yeah, we have the old world. It's dangerous. It's dark. It's still an evil, nasty place. Horrors prey from the darkness, nameless gods, ferocious beastmen, the children of chaos, the orcs and goblins, the vampires who have been forced from the borders of the empire, the ruinous powers, the cursed raiders from Norska, and the like. And here we go. We're going to be the heroes. All right. Using this book, we've got character creation, abilities, equipment, rules, between adventures, religion, magic, and a guide. The companion is the Game Master's Guide, which does not look like it's out yet. This game uses 10-sided dice. All right. We have some information here and tests. Tests will be bolded. Okay, here are the basics. Cool, here we go. So that you'll understand the choices, at least they're clear about this, so that you understand the choices that you're making. The main game concepts will be explained in this chapter. They are fully exchanged in the rules, chapter 106, in more detail, if you'd like. It helps when creating your character to understand the impact that your abilities will have during the game. The most common way you'll be using them is when you need to know if your character succeeded when they attempt an action. We do this with a dice roll known as a test, which uses a characteristic and a skill. These each have a number attached to you that tells you how good your character is. A starting character's ratings are between 2 and 5. The characteristic tells you how many 10-sided dice, also known as D10s, to roll. The skill tells you the number that you need to roll equal to or less than to succeed. So this is a D10 dice pool roll under system. So our characteristic, which is going to be more like our strength, our agility, and our dexterity, is going to tell us how big our D10 dice pool is. And our skill is going to tell us what we need to roll equal to or less than on those D10s. So in all cases, having a higher characteristic and a higher skill is better. But having a higher characteristic gives you more dice, and skill means that you are more likely to get successes with each of those dice. This seems clear-cut, straightforward, and fairly elegant. I think this has shades of World of Darkness, right? Am I wrong? Am I crazy? But I don't think World of Darkness, I know it used the D10 pool system, right? But your successes were just, oh, it's roll high. Yeah. Oh, you add them together. Okay. Well, we have people combining, or, his dice plus more dice. Okay, it's the dice pool, but not the success determination. So having a high characteristic and high skill is what you want. Yeah. Hey, what's up, D? With a lot of numbers after it. Good to have you here. Gunter is surrounded by a trio of state troopers who are out for his blood. He decides to leap out of a nearby window to escape, so the GM calls for an athletics test. Gunter's agility is 3, so he'll be rolling 3 dice. And his athletics skill is a 5. He needs to roll 5s or less to succeed. Gunter's player rolls 3 dice and gets a 4, a 5, and a 7. That's 2 successes, the 4 and the 5. Quite impressive. So the GM rules Gunter lands deftly on his feet. The state troopers bellow curses after him and give chase. So here we can see a dice roll of 3 D10s. Anything that is a 5 or less is a success. There are a few other terms you may wish to understand before you go beyond making your character. An exacting test is a test that requires several rolls over a period of time, keeping track of your total successes. So kind of like an extended skill test. When you help another character, you make a test to grant them bonus dice. I'm usually not a fan of helps requiring additional tests. And endeavors are activities you undertake between adventures, increasing your skills as you do so. So sounds like it's something similar to downtime actions. So to make a character, we start with our origin. This is what species we belong in and where we grew up. We can roll randomly. And it looks like the starting races in this class, or this game, are either to be a Bretonian, an Imperial or an Imperial human, a dwarf, a halfling, a high elf, or a wood elf. Okay. We also start with the following characteristics. So these are the characteristics of the game. We have weapon skill, ballistic skill. Now, some of these obviously are tied to the actual origin of this game as a war game. So weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, initiative, agility, reason, fellowship, and fate. Now, some of these are only used in the role-playing game. Now, what's interesting is these are the same characteristics that Warhammer Fantasy has always used. It's just using them in a slightly different way. So fate is usually this game's version of sort of like fate points or hero points. So we'll see if we'll see how that holds out. We can see that, elves being extremely powerful do not have as much fate as, say, a human or a halfling, right? Who are, have the blessing of Eru Iluvatar upon them, apparently. Your starting characteristics are set. However, each character has their own strengths. Few people are exactly as strong or as fast as their kin. To reflect this, increase 3 of your characteristics by +1. Each characteristic cannot be increased by more than +1 during this stage. Oh, you roll. Ooh, all right. If you duplicate any rolls of 1 through 9, re-roll until you have distinct value. When you roll a 10, you cannot choose a characteristic that has already been increased. Note that fate is not strictly a characteristic, but you may modify it. So you're going to roll 3d10, and that's going to tick up your starting stats. And if you roll a 10, you get to add 1 to a choice of your choice here. If you don't like the results, so this is another thing that Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, the original game, did, where you roll randomly during character creation, and then if you don't like it, you can choose. But if you stick with what randomness gave you, it gives you bonus starting experience points so that you can use that experience points to, buy abilities or buy up skills. So it's kind of like you can choose, but if you roll and stick with it, then you get a little bit of a bonus. So it's like a carrot. If you don't like the results the dice have given you, go ahead and choose any 3 different characteristics. However, if you do stick with the results that fate has chosen, gain 1 XP. So always fun. I think this is a really fun way to do character creation. I enjoyed it in Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and I'm enjoying it here. So here's what our character sheet's going to look like, by the way. So we've got our origin, which is, again, like our race. Our career, which is equivalent to our class. We have our ability scores here called characteristics. And we can see that each characteristic looks like it is associated with 2 different skills. My PDF might be crashing. Nope, it's just loading. So weapon skill is associated with melee and defense. Ballistic skill is associated with shooting and throwing. Strength with brawn and toil. Toughness with survival and endurance. Initiative with awareness and dexterity. That's not confusing. Agility with athletics and stealth. Reason with willpower and recall. And fellowship with leader and charm. Well, Phil, the problem is you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 8 characteristics. So even at 2 per stat, you still have 16 skills. I mean, how many skills do we really need? Do we want 24 skills? Do we want 36 skills? I don't want to be playing Traveler, you know? We can also see here our downtime improvement boxes. We did see that looks like something that you can do during downtime is work on your skills potentially. Now, King Hodop, that's a great question. How many stats do we need? And the truth is, King Hodop, there is a legacy element here, right? I mean, Warhammer just has always had these elements to the game. So, you know, they maybe are a little bit priced in that respect. That being said, you know, traditionally, you know, we don't think of weapon skill and ballistic skill as a stat, but if you're playing 3rd edition D&D, you have your base attack bonus, right? If you're playing 5th edition, you have your proficiency bonus. And sure, proficiency isn't a stat in 5th edition, but it is basically a stat, right? You know, we have, so if you consider weapon skill and ballistic skill proficiency, if you consider strength, toughness, con, initiative, and agility, to be fair, is dexterity twice, but that probably should be split up. But initiative also has elements of wisdom here. So if fellowship is charisma and reason is intelligence, if agility and initiative combined are sort of dexterity and wisdom, and toughness is con and strength is strength, then we have 6 stats, just like D&D. And then we add weapon skill and ballistic skill, which basically are like proficiency. So if you think of proficiency as a stat in 5th edition, you basically have 7 stats. And the only difference here is they distinguish between your proficiency with ranged weapons versus melee weapons. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy. It looks crazy, but it's actually not that crazy. That being said, Mythic Bastionland had 3 stats, and I was totally fine with that too. You know, physical, mental, social. That would be totally fine for me or something like that. We also track our fate, our XP, our speed, our talents, our weapons, our coin. And then we have our wounds, our resilience, and our protection. Okay. So let's see here. Characteristics will usually be rated between a 2 and a 6. Initially determined by your origin, you can increase them by spending XP. Skills. Learned or practiced specialisms, that's a new word, rated between 2 and 6. Defines the number your dice must roll equal to or lower than on a test. Dice that roll failures in downtime endeavors are marked as ticks next to each skill. When you have enough ticks, the skill rating increases. So there's sort of an element there of Torchbearer where you kind of want to fail. You know, it's kind of like a consolation prize. When you fail, you get ticks. This is also kind of like Dragonbane, right? Because the higher your skill is, when you go to practice it, the more likely you are to not increase it. So there's like diminishing returns, right? So in that respect, it's very much like Warhammer Fantasy, right? Where you need to roll above your skill, which is also like BRP. So if you have a 70% in your skill, you need to roll above 70% in order to increase it. So there's a diminishing returns of using your skill ups. Fate is a mixture of conviction, luck, and attention from powers beyond your understanding. It may be spent temporarily for short-term advantage, such as making a test glorious, and that's capital G, so it must be a game effect. I'm going to guess it's going to be something like advantage. My guess is they want to make a more simple Warhammer game that people will be able to want to play instead of BRP, which people don't want to play. Yes, that's right. That's my hot take. Allowing you to re-roll. There you go. Allowing you to re-roll any 6 dice that are not successes. Okay, so that's how they basically are doing it. So if you make a test glorious, you roll your dice. Any dice that were a failure, you get to re-roll them. Makes sense. And that probably means that there will be a disadvantage mechanic. Where you roll your dice and any ones that are successes, you re-roll them. Oh, it's a push mechanic. Okay. Interesting. You can burn fate permanently for significant twists of fortune. Grim. Okay, that makes sense. Thad, what's the name of the game? I can't even remember. Or what was the tagline? Grim and glorious. Yeah, okay, makes sense. The test is grim. And Runeforge basically confirming what I just said. True for me. I hope that this is a more accessible Warhammer fantasy roleplay. I got to admit, I like using the term to say that your game is grim and glorious, and to use those terms to sort of represent your advantage and disadvantage sort of mechanic. I actually think it's kind of clever. Thanks, Doug. XP. Experience points gained through play or through choices can be spent to increase characteristics or gain new talents. Okay, so what we're learning is you can use XP to increase your characteristics, and you can also acquire new talents. Talents are analogous to feats or powers, but skills can only be improved by working on them in downtime. So skills are kind of diegetic, right? Speed. How fast you move in combat, rated as slow, normal, or fast. All players are normal speed by default. Lores. These provide your character with specialist knowledge. They can provide bonus dice, let you make a test when others can't make a test, or let you circumvent making a test entirely. You gain more lores if you use the study lore endeavor. And remember, endeavors are tied to downtime. So again, it sounds like you need to spend your downtime studying in order to gain new lores. That seems kind of pretty cool. That's pretty funny. What Dagger Heart campaign frame is this? Talents. These are quirks or techniques that give you special bonuses or unique options, aka feats, aka powers, aka abilities. You gain talents by spending XP, and we still do not know how you gain XP. So that remains to be determined. Weapons are used to make attacks. Makes sense here. We can buy new weapons by spending coin, and status. Resources to spend on trappings and services and your position in the social hierarchy of the old world. At the start of an adventure, circle 3 boxes equivalent to your status. Tick those boxes as you spend the coin. You can acquire additional coin by stealing, looting, gambling, or using the bank money or prolonged labor endeavors. Interesting. So, at the start of an adventure, your social status sort of gives you free coin, right? That's kind of an interesting way of doing it. I kind of like that. I think that's kind of the way Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition did it too a little bit. But I like the idea that basically at the start of each adventure, it's like a salary. Exactly, Elia. Exactly. Yeah, it's like a salary. You're a noble, you get your stipend, you get your monthly, coming in. Which I like. I think that's clever. Lionhead, this is a brand new release. It just came out yesterday. I like that. I also like, by the way, that you could still gain coin by stealing it, by looting it, by gambling. I mean, that's fun, Say here. Next up. Come on. I believe in you. So on our character sheet, we also have a section here for resilience and protection. Resilience is toughness plus armor. And we can also see that there's a section here for wounds. Whenever I zoom in, my poor computer is like, my PDF document's like, I can't handle it. I don't know why. It's too big of a PDF or something. Come on, you can do it. It's only taking 32% of my computer resources. By the way, PDFs are terrible, and we should get rid of them. Or at least people who make really, really, really badly formatted PDFs. Like, there are some people who make what they call like actually viewable PDFs. Other people take like the print copy, like the thing they're sending to the printer, you know, like I'm talking about like 800 DPI, you know, and then they just publish it as a PDF. Like, because when you're working in Adobe InDesign, you can literally just go to like file, export as PDF, and like it'll make this, you know, whatever fucking size PDF this thing is. And let's see how big this PDF is. And it's like, if you're casually viewing this is 139 megabytes. This does not need to be 139 megabytes. Like, they could vastly lower the resolution on this thing and make it actually usable. So, heads up, pay attention. Okay. Resilience and protection. Sure. And on top of that, they can also be horribly unoptimized. I agree. Your character's resistance to injury. Protection is your dice pool used to oppose enemy attacks. Now, everybody knows here I don't like opposed rolls, but there's a group of people who love opposed rolls, so yay for you guys, I guess. Most often using athletics, but sometimes using defense when it's better. Damage that exceeds your resilience inflicts a wound. Damage equal to or less than your resilience inflicts the staggered condition. Resilience is equal to your toughness rating, but can be increased by wearing armor. Wounds. These are debilitating effects inflicted by enemy attacks or by environmental hazards. Your character acquires runes and conditions from play. Some are easily recovered from. Others leave a lasting scar. We then have the trappings, which is like our equipment, our initial equipment. We have a section for contacts that we have made on our character sheet. We know magic and spells. Characters with a wizard talent have a wizard level, casting test dice pool, and a mist cast pool. We have other characteristics, other characters that we're adventuring with, mostly unnecessary. Grim Portents, the inciting event that bound your character together, so just fluff. Exacting test progress, used to track ongoing skill checks that are extended. Clues and insights, because we needed this on our character sheet. And any favors that we owe to anybody. Again, not saying it's fluff, but it's just like we probably don't need it on our character sheet. So here's information about Bretonia, about dwarves. For those of you who don't need to know, Bretonia is medieval France, but with like super knights and Arthurian legends. And it's made of like super heroic, chivalrous nobility and knights and like really inbred, weak genetic peasants who suck. Dwarves are dwarves. They have gunpowder, they have cannons, they have guns, and they're dwarves. They avenge grudges, and they hate orcs and goblins. The Empire human are default quasi-Holy Roman Empire Germanic humans with very Germanic-sounding names and very Germanic-sounding locations. Halflings are like not evil. They're like evil hobbits. They are like gluttonous and lazy. They're like kind of shitty half hobbits. So they're like quasi-evil hobbits is what I call. They're kind of disgusting in a way. They're fat and they're kind of lazy and they're like, always hungry, but they're really good with slings. They live in an area called the Moot. And that's like the only place halflings are for. And by the way, you're like, so it's like the Shire? It's totally like the Shire. High elves are the OG elves, and they are obnoxious pricks who believe that they are better than everyone and everything. They live in Atlantis, which is an island called Ulthuan, which is in the middle of the ocean, and it is not sunk beneath the waves, although it has sunk partially beneath the waves after an event called the Sundering, where the High Elf Civil War resulted in, half the island sinking, or at least a chunk of the island sinking. The High Elves believe that they are responsible for keeping the world safe from chaos, and they're not entirely wrong about that. They're basically better than you at everything. These are basically Tolkien elves. Just like super, super long-lived / immortal, very political, excellent at seafaring, excellent at war, battle. They're just better at everything. They follow the orders of the Phoenix King. The Wood Elves are elves that stayed behind when the elves returned home to Ulthuan. They have taken up residence in a forest called Athol Loren, which is totally not, Lothlorien, even though it's totally Lothlorien. But they're like wild and kind of feral. They have sort of merged with the spirits of the elf woods, which has its own sort of magic. And it's easy to kind of, sort of say like they're like Legolas, they're like wood elves, but they are like kind of feral. And like they kind of hate everybody who comes into their woods and they just want to be left alone. So they're like eco-terrorists in a way. So anyways, those are the races of Warhammer. Out of all the elves, wood elves are definitely my favorite. Well, as someone who has, I don't even know how many, 10,000 points of high elves, I will only say this. The shining hordes of the Phoenix King, the gleaming hosts of Ulthuan, the proud sons of Lothern, the mighty mages of Safari will come for you, and we will unabashedly destroy you all because high elves are OP. So, high elves represent. While I may have started the game of Warhammer as a dwarf collector, and I will always have a love for the dwarves, the high elves, they took my heart. Oh yeah, by the way, this is a time and a place and an era where, remember, in original D&D, the halflings weren't called halflings. They were just called hobbits. They only changed it because the Tolkien estate threatened to sue them. Back then, you just took what you loved and you threw it in the game. Well, so here's the thing. In order to understand wood elves, you need to cross Lothlorien with, cross Lothlorien with the Mirkwood elves, but then you need to add in Fanghorn, because the wood elf army is not just wood elves. It's ancient spirit, tree spirits, it's dryads, it's ents, treants, woodmen is what they're called. Treemen, I'm sorry. It's treemen, it's dryads, it's treekin, it's animated forest spirits. So it's like, take all three forests, take Mirkwood, take Lorien, and take Fanghorn, and combine them into one. That's Athol Loren, and that's the Wood Elves. So when you are Bretonian, you roll on this D10 to get a random talent. And you start with your different fate, and you can raise different skills depending on what you start at. So, for example, if you're a Bretonian, your skills start at 2, but you can raise your melee, your toil, and any other 2 skills to 3. And you also get a random talent. Dwarves, the same. We also have some. And by the way, you can see here the suggested names for Bretonia, Henri, Jacques, Perrin, Marcel, Raoul, Genevieve, Giselle, Margot, Simone, right? Very French. They are quasi-immortal. They live like thousands and thousands of years. But they don't necessarily die of old age, though. They can just obviously they can die in combat and stuff like that. But they can also fade away and stuff like that. The dark elves, which are not like drow, by the way, they look just like normal elves. They're just, evil elves. They could prolong their life for many thousands of years because of their evil pacts and stuff that they make. And then again, you can see how very Germanic the empire of humans is. Lars, Reinhard, Wolfgang, Uthar, Olga, Agnes, Ingrid, Thora, Bertha, right? And then the wood elf names are God knows what. Karoth, Mendas, Fenelok, Derahu, Kinwick. Who knows? All right. So you have 3 status levels. Brass, silver, or gold. Brass characters are the unwashed masters of the old world. Silver are the artisans and scholars, valuable trades. And the gold are born into a titled family or have been lavished with favor and have all the privileges. Your status determines how easy or hard it is for you to afford everyday items. If you wish, your character may begin play with a lower status than their career normally offers. If you do, you get a bonus experience points when you start the game. And by the way, as is normal with this game, start by rolling D100 and look up the result in the column for your origin on the random career table. If you choose to stick with the result, gain an experience point. Alternatively, you can disregard the result and choose any career that is listed as applicable for your origin, but you do not gain the bonus experience point. So, for example, if we were to be a Bretonian, we would be a Bretonian artisan. And if we keep that, we get an experience point. If we want to change it to anything that they can be, then we don't get the experience point. Obviously, if we want to be a brew guard, we have to be a dwarf. Let's see. If we were a halfling, 77. We are a sharpshooter. Sounds good to me. So remember, the careers in Warhammer sort of role play traditionally reflect not just, fighter, I'm a badass fighter, I'm a badass cleric, I'm a badass rogue. It's like everything from, my career is I'm a brigand. My career is I work on a boat. My career is I'm a merchant. You kind of come from, all walks of life, essentially. Career change was always a big thing in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and it looks like it's still a thing in this game. You can change careers during the course of the game, but it's not easy. You have to dedicate time to the change career endeavor. As a prerequisite, you need to first learn your career's mandatory lores, acquire any essential trappings, and have a solid narrative justification for making the change. Most Imperial citizens cannot simply choose to become a noble. In return, you gain the status, the career talent, the favored characteristics, and assets of your new career. And here we have all of the list of careers. So every career looks like it's one page. Apothecary is one page. Arcane Wizard is one page. So if we look at an apothecary, they all get this kind of, piece of art. They get a little bit of a description here. And then we get this kind of boxed, everything has this kind of boxed text or this boxed information here. So for example, an apothecary, we could see that their social steer, their social steer is brass. They can come from any origin, so anybody can be an apothecary. Their favored characteristics are strength, initiative, and reason. This probably means that it is cheaper or easier to upgrade your strength, your initiative, and your reason when those are your ability scores, right? Your characteristics when you are this class or this career. Well, the wizard with a scythe is usually associated with the amethyst wizard specifically. And that is the amethyst wind, which is the school of, what's the name of the wind? I don't remember the actual name of the wind, Charon or something, maybe. Anyways, it's a specific type of wizard who manages the flow of time and death. And that's why they kind of are associated with the Grim Reaper, and they have a scythe. So not all wizards have scythe, but amethyst wizards have scythes. Anyways, there's 8. It's called the Winds of Magic, right? Magic in Warhammer flows from a ruptured gate at the North Pole, and as it spreads across the land, it splits into 8 different layers or winds, kind of like a rainbow, and different mages. Those different colors of magic are attracted to different things and sort of become connected with those different things. And so as they go through, some are heavier and flow along the ground. Others are lighter and flow higher up. So it's almost like, 8 different layers of viscosity liquid flowing across the world. And in other races, like the High Elves, they can wield all of the magic. They don't really think about them as being separate. But in most human lands, human wizards, humans are so weak and frail that they can only really master one of the 8 magics. And so they have a college of magic to each of their dedicated to each of the 8 winds of magic. Okay, anyways. You get a skill bonus depending on what your class is. You get +1 to 4 of the following skills. The lores that you can learn or work on are concoction, anatomy, or zoology, or environmental lore. Your trappings are a sling or a short bow, a dagger, some clothes, leathers, concoction set. You have contacts among the common folk, wanderers, and wastrels. Your assets is you have a laboratory or a brewery or a shop. And your career talent is your personal recipes. This is like your, class ability. As long as you have the right ingredients, you can produce chemicals and compounds in record time. Outside of downtime, each time you have a night's rest or similar length of time free to work your trade, you could undertake the craft trappings endeavor to brew a concoction without using an endeavor. So it's like you can make stuff during normal game time, not just during downtime. The material requirements to produce the concoction are the same, and any concoctions produced expire and lose effectiveness by the start of the next downtime. So it's kind of like, it's more simulationist than the alchemist from Pathfinder 2, right? You don't get to just make magic potions out of nothingness, right? Oh, my magical infusion reagents. You still actually have to have the stuff to make the stuff. But because you're kind of making them quickly and on the fly, they have a short expiration date and sort of expire, so you can't make them infinitely. So it's kind of like a mix between simulationism and gameism, right? So that's one of the careers. We also have Arcane Wizard. We have Artisans. And again, they all look like they kind of follow the same ideas here. They have different skill bonuses, different favorite characteristics, stuff like that. Here's our boat hand. Let's see what the boat hand's ability is. Sea legs. A life spent tossed about the rolling waves and currents has made you unusually steady on your feet. Whenever you would be knocked prone by an enemy attack, by difficult terrain, or some other effect, you may grit your teeth and power through. If you do so, you suffer the burdened condition instead of the prone condition, which you can remove by sacrificing your free move for the turn. You can't use this talent again if you're already burdened. Stay on your feet. Steady on your feet, I guess, is the boat hand's ability. By the way, you do start with a rowboat or a barge or ship's passage. Somebody wants to look at the Rat Catcher, one of the more famous of Warhammer careers. They typically include a asset of a scrappy mean dog or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. Oh, there it is. A small but vicious dog. That's it. Okay. And sure enough, your assets are a small but vicious dog. There it is. You're cunning as a rat. With the expertise to ensnare much larger prey than conventionally sized vermin, when you have a night's rest or similar length of time to set traps in your vicinity, make a dexterity test. You rig a number of zones equal to your number of successes. The traps are a hazard 1 if lethal, or inflict the prone and burdened conditions if non-lethal. Creatures that enter the zone can avoid the traps if they are warned beforehand or if they make an awareness test. So it sounds like the game uses zones. And again, I think some people find these, like this game obviously has a lot of quote unquote classes. They're called careers. I think some people will find it, fun and interesting to be a rat catcher and a boatman and what are you? I blow glass, because you could be a shadow warrior, by the way. So shadow warriors are basically Navy SEALs, high elves. Their land, originally their lord was Malekith, who started the civil war amongst the elves and ended up sinking their homeland, which is called Nagareth, and underneath the waves. And now they're like a broken people who are like dedicated to basically super elite sniper deadly warfare. So you could be them, right? Or you could be a boatman. So it's Now granted, it looks like they're all fairly well balanced. So, we'll do that. Yeah, I mean, you can pick up career and XP. We'll take a look, Phil. Although notice that your career does tell you what what favored characteristics you have. So there's going to be certain things that you're probably going to be better at or doing at. Here's another famous Warhammer career, right? The Slayer. So the idea of a Slayer is dwarves are all about honor, kind of like a samurai. But to kill you, if a dwarf fucks up or something bad happens to a dwarf, if they shame themselves, right? Unlike samurai, right? So again, they're like samurai, but not, because dwarves won't kill themselves, right? That's not considered honorable amongst dwarves. In sort of the Japanese, medieval Japanese period, seppuku was seen as a way to sort of preserve or at least regain your honor. Not so with dwarves. So these dwarves are so shamed that the only thing they can do to regain themselves is to die a glorious death. And since they won't kill themselves, they go out and instead they try to fight the scariest, biggest monsters they can in the idea that they will kill them. Unfortunately, dwarves are such badasses that when they go and try to fight massive trolls or whatever, they discover that, they're not going to try to die. Right, it would be dishonorable, right? They have to try to win, but that doesn't mean that they can't go fight, a horde of trolls. Unfortunately, they're badass dwarves, so they win, and then they get really good, and now they can't go fight trolls because trolls are too easy. So then they have to go fight giants. Okay, well, giants are too easy. We're killing all those giants. That's not an issue. Okay, we got to go fight dragons. All right, well, I killed too many dragons, and now I'm a complete badass. Okay, now I got to go fight demons. So the problem with being dwarf slayers is they're so badass that they find it hard to die. Anyways, dwarf slayers are renowned for shaving their beards, which is sort of a mark of a dwarf's honor. They dye their hair red and they put it up into a big mohawk, and they're kind of like dwarf crazed Vikings, Pretty cool and considered pretty psychologically unhinged. By the way, your trappings are this is the only equipment they have. They have an axe. And then they have a great axe or a second axe. So your option is either axe and great axe or 2 axes. They're also known to wield a lot of axes. They like axe, which is fun. Thieves. A little town watch action. So Way Watchers are Wood Elf Navy SEALs. They are sort of solo people who roam the boundaries of their forest and make sure that no trespassers enter into their realm. All right. Context. Your character knows 2 notable NPCs called contacts. The nature of these relationships vary. They may be good friends, they may be bitter rivals, or you may simply owe each other a favor. You may have even fought together once against an orc incursion or met one evening at the River Run Inn and shared rich boasts. Contacts connect your character to the old world. They provide information and occasional guidance, perhaps expecting you to do the same for them. If you find yourself at a loss what to do about a particular situation, start looking for information. A contact should be your first point of call. To determine who your contacts are and how you know them, roll twice on the contacts tables listed under your career. You may roll once on each table or twice as you prefer. Re-roll any duplicate results. If your campaign is set in Talagod, use the tables on the following pages. If not, your GM will let you know what to do. If you're not happy and your GM agrees, you may swap your contacts for another of your choice. There is no bonus XP for determining contacts randomly. Wait, I've made a mistake. If you regret your choice when you made your character, don't worry. Go ahead and make the change. But remember, if you did make a choice and you didn't use randomly, remove your bonus experience points. So just a couple of things here. So by the way, we saw up above in the, for example, if we look at the Way Watcher, the Way Watcher has two categories of contacts. They have a comrade in arms and they have a wanderers and wastrels. Okay. So it looks like this contact table list is kind of specific to this area of the campaign. So that's kind of interesting here. So here's our great and the good. Here's a comrade in arms. So we would roll D100, and our Way Watcher, 53, knows Manfreda Skovgard, a warrior priest of Ulrich, a defector from Middenheim. We have bonded over our mutual disdain for needless rules and the quibbling of cowardly officers. I think... what's going on, Kalana? Husband says blood for the blood god, skull for the skull throne. So I think it's interesting. You know, Blades of the Dark does this, I think, really well. I like games that have these contacts with NPCs. It makes your character feel more rooted to the game. And I know some people feel like this is too... it's not that it's gamey. They just don't like that, like, I want my character to be whatever they want to be, and I don't like having to pick from this list of NPCs. I want to know everybody. And it's like, you do that, but when you do that, do you really actually ever use that contact, or is it just pointless background information? I think having this be part of a system is really cool, and I'm actually a big fan of it because I think it really ties people into the game, especially if you end up people who may have the same, you know, the same contact. The problem with Circles Beowulf is it's a nothing burger, you know? It's not like a defined person with a defined relationship. Now, obviously, you can make the circles test and locate somebody, but I like that this starts off with, you know, hey, I know two people. So I know Manfreda Skovgard, and also we had one from the Wanderers and Wastrels. A Wastrel, by the way, Phil, is like a no good, you know, scoundrel, a no good Nick. So the Wanderers and Wastrels that we know are, a 7. We know Jamie de Sabaton, a Bretonian tomb robber, antiquarian, and swashbuckler. I get shades of Jonathan from the Mummy movie. We got a 7, so we have traded information about where opportunities for excitement can be found. All right, our final steps is we can increase a skill, gain another talent, and roll on the random asset table. After completing this step, you should note your speed and determining your resilience by adding your toughness to any bonus given by your armor. You may also wish to spend any of the potential up to 4 bonus XP that you gain during character creation by randomly determining your characteristics, origin, career, or by reducing your status. So we can gain up to 4 XP. Are we debating Wastrel again? Is it Wastrel or Wastrel?
Wastrel.
All right. I thought that one was Wastrel. Wastrel. All right. Wastrel. Learn something new every day. Yeah, well, Beowulf, times are tough. We can also then determine details about our character. Again, we can just pick stuff here, but we can also roll it. Which I like rolling. Potato, potato. Although no one I've ever met has pronounced it potato. Or tomato. And here we can roll randomly to sort of link together how our characters know each other. Which I also like as well. Grim Portent. Vindiana, yeah, the game came out yesterday. Most inhabitants of the old world never realize they are fortunate to live in a relative age of peace and prosperity. In the Empire, the vampire wars are long since won, and all of those of the Van Karstein's cursed bloodline destroyed or driven off. Beastmen, orcs, goblins are surely just a threat to the borderlands, and tales of corpses beyond counting stalking the sands of Nehekra are surely the boastings of haughty knights and their squirrelless squires. Diminished as they may be, few of these dread powers are without ambition or without reach or power. Moreover, those who pay attention to prophecy and dire foretellings have begin to notice patterns, dire warrings of evil. This is where our story begins, of our Grim Portent. So Grim Portent is something that they ties our characters together. A Grim Portent is a bit different to the adventures that follow. The outcome of your adventures are as yet unknown, even to the GM. You might triumph over a fallen witch hunter who sees corruption everywhere she looks, or find yourself slain beneath a dozen rusting goblin blades. At least one outcome of your Grim Portent is fixed. It explains how your characters were forged into a group, setting up your grim and glorious adventures to come. During a Grim Portent, we gain the attention of a powerful foe. Perhaps you've stumbled across a secret so dangerous that its architects will start at nothing to silence you, or you may have unintentionally disrupted an intricate plot simply by learning of its existence. Some examples could include blah, 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 blah. Whatever the precise nature of your Grim Portent is, it has the impact upon all your characters' lives. For as long as these forces remain undefeated, they are coming for you. There is no negotiation, there is no deal to be made, and there is nowhere to run that they will not track you down. You have seen the threat. It has marked you in turn. It's them or you. You know, I like this. It's like, you know, it's like starting the game off, boom, with a clock, you know, right there on the table. You know, they're coming for you. Although the old world has been beset by foes, most of them think well understood and contained or simply cannot find the problem to deal with. The complacency can make finding outside assistance difficult. Few are likely to believe your tale of woe, and many simply accuse you of fear-mongering. Those who do believe you typically have problems of their own. Whatever the nature of your Grim Portent, it must be faced alone. Your game master will guide you through your Grim Portent, but there's a lot you can do as a player to make the most of this session. So this is kind of, I think, the session 0 or like session 1. It's not like a normal game session. This sounds like more like Avatar Legends, right? Where your first session is actually you all describing retroactively what got you together as a group. And players are encouraged to help build the world with the game master, adding details that bring the setting to life and making characters of it. Make it all about all of you. Your Grim Portent is the story of how your characters became closely bound to each other. Look for ways to reinforce those bonds. Blah, blah, blah. Perhaps you fought at the same battle, maybe on different sides, blah, blah, blah. Go with the flow, etc., etc. Inside the Grim. At the end of the session, your characters' lives have been changed forever. They won't know the full picture of what they've stumbled into, but they know that they are involved in something serious, something that they cannot back out of, and something that is coming for them. What happens next is up to you. They will probably go back to their lives, nervously looking over their shoulders, jump at shadows. At any sign that their enemy is moving against them, they gather together to survive the coming attack. If they seek aid, they will often be disbelieved and mocked. If someone does believe them, will they refuse to get involved, fearing for their own safety? Or will they bravely pledge to help? How guilty will they feel when their ally becomes the next victim? Sooner or later, your characters will have to deal with the threat once and for all as a matter of survival. When their investigations begin in earnest, they might discover that what they have experienced is merely the tip of a horrific, weird stone-laced iceberg. So basically, what I'm reading this is part of this game system is you and your players basically, during a sort of pseudo session 0, kind of establish that what drew your characters together and what binds them together is some sort of massive overarching threat. And we don't necessarily know how it's going to play out. But what we know is that, your characters have stumbled across a conspiracy, or they know some massive secret that, they weren't supposed to know, or they were marked by a magical ritual, or, they each now carry a shard of, the dark one inside of them. And whether they want to or not, they are sort of bound into this life of adventure, and it is coming. And if they do nothing, that grim portent will come to pass. Interestingly, grim portent is the term used in Dungeon World to describe the outcome of a front if it is left unattended by the PCs. What is the ultimate doom of this front? Okay, advancement. By the time you finish character creation, you have generated a character capable, if perhaps inexperienced character. However, your characters do not remain as created forever. During play, your character may improve their abilities by acquiring experience and undertaking endeavors. So E experience, E endeavor. Hopefully acquiring new abilities caper faster than they acquire injuries. After an entire session of play, you receive 1 XP. At the GM's discretion, you might earn a second XP if you achieved a significant victory. For purposes of XP accumulation, a session is assumed to be around 3 hours of play. If you played an unusually long session, you might get an extra XP. Okay, so interesting. So this is very similar to Legend of the Five Rings, where we get XP based off of sessions played, not what we did and what we, whatever. Now, just like in Legend of the Five Rings, if we did a significant victory, we might literally get double the XP and get an extra XP. But for the most part, XP is not really a lever or a pressure. There is no reward cycle here. Obviously, you want to earn significant victories if you want to, quote unquote, maximize your XP, but it's still at the GM's discretion. Now, this worked particularly well. Sorry, I turned off my fan. For Legend of the Five Rings, because Legend of the Five Rings wanted your characters to focus on, sitting around being samurai and being okay with that and getting as much rewarded for fighting an epic battle as you would, say, spending the session contemplating a cherry blossom tree and writing a bunch of poetry about it in order to focus your mind for tomorrow's tea ceremony, which is very apropos for what Legend of the Five Rings was going for. So it's interesting how this game is using a similar system. Now, I wonder if the nature of the Grim Portent, though, is what pushes your character to do things, right? Because this by itself, taken at its most mean face, wouldn't inspire you to do anything. It would inspire you to sit around and do nothing, Hey, Edward, thank you.
Edward tipped $10. Whoop, slept too long. Put this in the first look fund, please. Time to watch it 2x.
Thank you, Edward. And when you get caught up, I hope it's to your pleasure and to your liking. I will certainly go ahead and add that to the super chat fund. Or I'm sorry, to the first looks fund. Sometimes it takes a minute to update. Thank you. During downtime, you can spend any or all of your unspent XP you've accumulated so far. XP can be spent to increase characteristics or acquire new characteristics. To increase a characteristic by 1, spend XP equal to the value of the new characteristics. If it's a favored characteristic, reduce the XP cost by 1. So if you want to raise a 4 to a 5, it costs 5 XP. If you want to raise a 5 to a 6, it costs 6 XP. And you do get a -1 if it's your favored characteristic. Yikes. To acquire a new talent, spend XP equal to the cost of that talent. This typically ranges between 1 and 5. If you may finish character creation with some XP already, depending on choices you made, you can spend that immediately. So if you finish the character creation with 4 XP, it's like you have 4 sessions worth of XP. Each origin or race has a maximum characteristic. For example, halflings can only get to a maximum of 4 strength and 4 toughness. I do respect that the elf has a maximum of 4 toughness. That is appropriate. Elves are notably frail in that way, which is pretty cool. Dwarves have a maximum fellowship rating of 5. Skills are increased by undertaking endeavors rather than by spending XP. You may not normally increase any skill beyond 6. So, this seems pretty basic and simple. We can upgrade our stats, and we know that basically each stat is how many dice we roll when that stat is rolled. And we can also get new talents by spending 1 to 5 XP. Obviously, if we start with something like 3 strength, getting to 4 strength only costs 4 XP. But if we want to max a stat out, say a dwarf wants to take their weapon skill all the way to 7, we are going to have to spend a lot of XP. So while it can be worthwhile, it is diminishing returns. Generally speaking, I like these systems. I like systems that allow players who want to push something to push it, but it's diminishing returns. And the more you keep pushing it, like other people might end up having a bunch of stats at 5 and 6, and you might end up having, a bunch of 4s and a 7, Endeavors. A character's other abilities cannot be altered with XP, but instead increased by efforts undertaken during downtime. The rules for endeavors on page 132 explain this in full, but in summary, to increase a skill, test that skill during your downtime endeavors. Each die that doesn't generate a success for your dice pool is marked on your character sheet for that skill's improvement track. When that improvement track exceeds your current skill rating, your skill rating increases by 1 and the improvement track resets to 0. To learn a new lore, you must pursue the study lore endeavor. And while you can buy new trappings during your adventures, acquiring assets are more expensive trappings require you to undertake the invest money or change career endeavor. And lastly, to change your status, you must take the change career endeavor. So during downtime, we work on a skill, we roll it. We want to fail those rolls, which we are less likely to do if we are particularly skilled. And each failure we generate, we mark on the track. And once we have enough marks equal to our current skill rating, let's say 4, then we erase those and our skill rating becomes 5. So obviously, the better your characteristic, the quicker you'll be able to maximize your skills because you're going to be rolling more dice. So if someone has a high characteristic and a low skill, they might be rolling 4 or 5 dice. And if their skill is low, they're probably going to fail most of those rolls, which means that they might be able to generate 2 or 3 or 4 failures, which are going to be marks, which you're going to get, Correct. You can avoid all danger and adventure, get XP, and then level up skills during downtime. Exactly, Beowulf. That is correct. I think the problem is that, and by the way, that's called normal life. That's how, going to job and working out is. Right? We get better as time goes on, and we spend time doing stuff. The difference is that we are tied to this Grim Portent. The reason why they can get away with that downtime system is because presumably the clock is ticking and the dark agents aren't content to leave you alone. If you just sit there and do nothing, they are going to come for you because you start the game intrinsically tied into some great master plan of chaos or Skaven or vampires or some sort of master-minded scheme or heist or some Cthulhian nightmare, right? Do not know, Phil. We'll have to take a look. Right. Winter is coming. That's a good Beowulf. That's a great way to put it. Right. You have seen the Night King, right? You were at Hardhome, right? You know that the Night King is real and that the undead are coming from beyond the wall, right? And no one believes you in the South because they're like, oh, you're making it up. That's fanciful, right? So there we go. That is the core element of making a character. So here we get into what the actual skills do. When you test a skill, you'll usually use the characteristic that it appears alongside it. If you should use a different characteristic, the GM will let you know before any dice are rolled. So normally, right, you're going to use melee with weapon skill, but there could be a situation where you might use a skill and a different characteristic. So obviously that's, kind of more regular, it's more tied to D&D these days, where there's this idea of like, oh, maybe you make an athletics check and you use intelligence or something like that. But it is a bit old school in that respect. It's not like it's like an approaches based system or something like that, where it's literally different each time. So for example, with weapon skill, that's our characteristic. It's our aptitude in landing and avoiding blows in combat. It is distinct from brute strength and is dependent upon speed of action, flexibility, footwork, instinct, and muscle memory. And it has 2 skills, melee and defense. Melee is used to attack a target with a dedicated close combat weapon. It is important to anyone whose duty, inclination, or bad luck frequently sees them drawn into battle. Most ordinary close combat weapons can be used by anyone without penalty, but some weapons require a corresponding lore to use correctly. Interesting. That's kind of cool. Maybe like firearms and stuff need like a lore because it's not like it's common, right? Maybe. That'd be kind of cool. We'll have to take a look at that. Melee is most often used in attack tests, where complications and bonus effects do not apply, because when you're in combat, the penalty for missing is you missed. Defense is used to physically block incoming attacks and is important to anyone who wants to emerge from a scrap unscathed. You can use defense to oppose a melee attack from a foe you are aware of, so long as you are wielding a weapon or a shield to deflect the blow. If you are holding a shield, then you may use defense to oppose a shooting or a throwing attack. Otherwise, you have to use athletics to dive out of the way. Interesting. So if we have a weapon or a shield, we can use defense to block incoming attacks. If we have a shield, we can block shooting and throwing. And if we don't have any of those things, we have to use athletics to just dive out of the way. It's kind of interesting. So AC isn't just one thing, right? It depends on what you have and what you're equipped with. Defense is mostly used to oppose attacks, so complications and bonus effects do not apply. If you fail, you got hit. If you use defense to resist the effects of a hazard, a complication might force you to drop something you are holding, while extra effect could allow you a +1 dice bonus to an ally attempting to navigate the same hazard as well. So then we have, here, look at this. So we have an answer. So this is a shooting skill, which is under ballistic. Some ranged weapons require a corresponding lore to make shooting attacks with, most notably pistols and handguns, which require the black powder lore. So not anybody can just pick up a gun. Like you actually have to be, they're still rare enough that at this time in the Empire that, you have to kind of have specialty knowledge in order to use them. So there we go. We got strength, toughness. Toughness has the survival skill. It's kind of an interesting way to make Constitution important. Obviously, there's like elements of knowledge and, wisdom tied into, surviving. But I like the idea of, putting it into Constitution skill or the toughness skill. And then we have endurance to hold our ground, to reduce the severity of wounds, resisting poison and resisting diseases. Willpower is tested when you need to resist social or other psychological coercion. It is used to oppose fellowship tests or to defy magical or spiritual manipulation. It is also tested when trying to channel the winds of magic or to serve as a vessel for a god's power. Shades of social conflict here? Maybe. We'll have to get into that. Leadership is when you leverage your force of personality, whether that's barking an order or intimidating someone. Charm is subtlety and guile to make friends and influence people. It's used to tempt, reassure, deceive, or entertain. Charm is an unassuming skill, slower to compel obedience than leadership, but often with more longer-lasting effects. It could be used to persuade or to distract. Interesting. Andrew's in the chat and says, I have played and run every edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. 4th edition shield rules are still the most convoluted set of rules in any game. We play for a few years and we still mess it up. I am interested in this more streamlined rule set. I am too. I like the Warhammer 4th edition rule set, but even I was kind of like, whoo, this is a lot. You know, it had like 6 different meta currencies. You know, like it had like, what was it? It was like fate and they had like resilience and resolve. And then it had like fate and something else with an F. It had like all these different meta currencies and all this different stuff. And it was D100 and it was a whole thing. Fortune. That's it. Good job. Fate and fortune. But it also had resilience and resolve. It was a whole thing. All right. Talents are special abilities that provide bonuses, complement your lores and status, or do extraordinary things like invoke a god's power. Talents are chosen during character creation or purchased with XP. You must meet all requirements. So these are our, skills and powers, or these are our powers and abilities. So we could have things like accelerated recovery. We have to have at least a 5 toughness rating. You bounce back from grievous harm with impressive speed. If you are wounded, any tests you made that are made to treat, heal, or prevent infection of those wounds are glorious. That just sounds funny. I know that glorious, again, remember we saw that what it means. It means make the test. If anything fails, re-roll them. So it's basically this game's version of advantage. But it is funny to see like, the rolls to prevent your infection will be glorious. Just sounds funny to say. Acrobatic. You can spin through the air, leaving your foes grasping. Enemies do not block your movement, not even when you give ground. You simply slip past them with ease. You also halve the hazard rating of any fall, rounding down to a minimum of 0. Allies in arms. Fighting together, you can overwhelm threats that you could never vanquish alone. When you help, with a capital H, an ally, you or that ally may remove the staggered condition. We've got attacks. We've got armor bane. You know just where to strike against armors. When attacking with a weapon that provides damage bonuses against armored enemies, like great axes, or if it ignores armor entirely, like a handguns, each successful attack reduces their resilience by 1. So basically you can chunk through their armor. Battlefield musician, deep formation, blessings of the lady, how Bretonian of us. Defensive stance. So, I mean, this is all mechanical stuff here pretty well. Careful aim. Your weapon is an extension of your being. Nothing stills your nerves like taking the time to line up the perfect shot. When you make a successful aim action, you can remove the staggered condition. Cleaving blow. You trust the broad arc of your weapon to prevent you from being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. When you inflict a wound with a two-handed weapon, you inflict the staggered condition on all other enemies in close range of you. Now, it does seem like this game makes use of conditions, but it looks like the number of conditions is at least fairly manageable because we've seen a lot of things that are using staggered, broken, prone. Now, again, I'm not going to go through all of the talents here. If you're interested, we do have a link in the doobly-doo. You can go pick it up from DriveThruRPG, or you can pre-order the hardback, which apparently includes a PDF download, which I didn't know, and I probably would have gotten if I knew that. But hey, Cubicle 7, hook your boy up. Thad says there are 11 conditions. Cool. Thank you, Thad. The old hatred. Love it. You got the honor bound. Your one's word is their bond, but your vows are more severe. A pledge to a higher power that you would choose sooner die than violate. Iron gut. You can't be an elf. Your stomach can digest almost anything you care to swallow. You never become ill from eating even the most questionable foodstuffs, and you can drink from the muckiest puddle and spit out the grit. Tests you make to resist the effects of ingested poison, including alcohol, are always glorious. Again, it just sounds funny when it's said like that. Ooh, a long beard. Lightning reflexes. No speed of Asuran. Of Asurian. Ooh, the questing vow. Very cool. Riposte. Riposte. Wild attack. Wizard is a talent, not a class. Note, you can't be a dwarf or a halfling. And you have to have a magic lore as well. So you have to have a lore, and then you have to take this talent. And each time you take the talent, that increases your level, your wizard level. By the way, this is very appropriate because you can take it up to 4 times. And in Warhammer, you have level 1, level 2 wizards, which are usually heroes, and then you have wizard lords, which are level 3 and level 4 wizards, which are the highest level wizards that you can have. So this is very in line with the game. So if you got to put in a lot of XP, because a lot of these talents, by the way, cost 1, 2, and 3 2 and 3 XP. This one costs 4. I don't know if we saw one that costs 5, but. All right, lores. These are what our character has learned or studied. So this is alongside our skills. They define much of what a character knows, what languages they can speak, their background, their education, their familiarity with different customs, what people, and a good deal more. You know facts related to each lore that possess without needing to make a test or pass a test. You couldn't know or pass a test. For example, if you have the Empire lore, you know that the town of Uberthreich is located in Reichland. And if you have lore black powder, you can tell a Hochland long rifle from a common handgun at a glance. You also know some more obscure information. The GM may call for a test, but you get a chance to know something particularly obscure. A lore can provide you +1 dice bonus on a test where you can leverage your learning to make it easier. This must be a task which anyone could attempt, but for which your specialist lore could help you more easily. For example, anyone may use awareness to spot that someone is limping, but this would be particularly obvious to someone with anatomy lore. Unless specified otherwise, you never gain a bonus to an attack test for having the right kind of lore. So we've got academic lores like accountancy, anatomy, history, law, literacy, zoology. We have cultural lore such as city lore, specific. So Talagad, Talabheim, Ravenstein, Altendorf, Nuln, Altdorf, Marienburg, Middenheim. Criminal underworld, the cult lore. Cults are, by the way, what they call the gods, like the cult of Ulrich, the cult of Sigmar. You might have the Dwarf Mountain holds, the High Elf realms, knowledge of the Empire, high society, the Kingdom of Bretonia, the military. Here are our provinces of the Talakplan, Mootland, Hochland, Middenland, Ostland, Stirland, Reichland, Westerland. You can know about enemy lore. So you can know about the Beastmen and their Bray herds. You can have Monster Slayer dedicated to slaying trolls and witches and dragons. The undead, the warriors of chaos, orcs and goblins. You also have environmental lore, mountaineering, sailing, subterranean, waterways, woodcraft. Magic lores. Magic are distinct discipline of magic, categories that you can achieve by channeling the winds. You cannot learn magic lore unless you have the touched by the winds or the wizard talent. To learn a magic lore, you must need a secret or safe place to practice without persecution and some kind of tutor. Be they a mage of Safri, the grimoire of a lich, or an elemental spirit companion. Rules for the lores most commonly found in the Empire, those of battle magic, elementalism, illusionism, and necromancy, can be found in the magic chapter. Knowing any magic lore allows you to tell when someone is casting magic. But you have to have magic lore to be a wizard. That's correct, Beowulf. But you have to be a wizard to get magic lore. That is correct. Which means you cannot just like train up into being a wizard. What you'd have to take first is touched by the winds. When you acquire this talent, choose a magic lore. You can cast improved spells at petty lore for that lore, even if you have not learned that lore. And once you acquire this, you can now learn, you reduce the talent cost of this in order to earn talents into wizard. Because I believe, unless I'm mistaken, now we're going way back up here. So like, for example, as a human, one of the random talents that you could start with is touched by the winds. But I don't think any of the classes actually start with wizard as a talent. Like we didn't literally look at every single thing in the game. But if we look at let's say scholar. Okay. One of the classes is arcane wizard. So let's see what the arcane wizard starts with. So even the arcane wizard gives you the magic lore. You choose one, and this one can start with the level 1 wizard talent. So this is the only career that can actually start with that talent. If you're a scholar, no, even they can't start with it. Yeah, so basically, unless you're a wizard, you're not a wizard. Unless you pick up that talent first. So first you have to like take like the cantrip talent, and then you can start taking, lores. And then we have our trade lores. True, that's true. I mean, but it does say you do have to provide the description and the narrative for it. You can't just change it for anything. So we can be arts, black powder, music, farming, engineering, smithing, concoction, textiles, and cooking. Status, again, we have the brass, the silver, and the gold, which makes sense. Equipment. You do not need to keep track of every crown, shilling, and penny that you have on hand. Instead, the amount of currency you have to the amount of currency you have on hand is referred to simply as coin, which can either be brass coin, silver coin, or gold coin. You begin play with 3 coin of the same status as your character, which is enough to make 3 substantial purchases of equivalent status for your character. During each downtime, your coin resets to 3. Any excess coin that you ended the adventure with is lost, spent on necessities such as patching the roof of your cottage or gambled away at the nearest tavern. If you end your adventure with less than 3 coin, you regain it by working your career. Depending on your career, this might reflect time catching rats, guarding merchants, or taxing the peasants. You do not need to take a special endeavor to earn this income. It just reflects the work done alongside or as part of your chosen endeavors. So this definitely has shades of Pendragon, kind of, where it sounds like the idea is that like your character goes on an adventure and then, you go back to your normal life until the next movie, right? Like, think about like The Mummy with, obviously the Mummy movie, right? With Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz and all that. It's like they did their first movie and it was a cool adventure and they made their loot. And then by the time the second movie starts off, right, their characters are drawn together by fate again. But, Evie's working at the museum. Jonathan's been out doing his grifting schemes a little bit, but now very wealthy. It looks like he lost most of it gambling. They're never really clear what Rick has, right? It's been years. They have a kid now, so there's this kind of idea that like, the first Indiana Jones movie ends and well, Temple of Doom is technically a prequel. So technically Temple of Doom ends. And by the time we pick it up again, Indy's gone back to, teaching at the college, and who knows, it might have been days or weeks or months. So you're not like a full-time adventurer the way you would be in, say, D&D. Like if your character is a rat catcher, your character is a rat catcher, like they're not like, oh, I went on one adventure once. I gained more gold than anyone in my family has ever seen in their entire life. And That's it. Like, I'm done. Like, nope. You're still a fucking rat catcher. Just because you went on this cool adventure, you didn't end the movie. I always like to say, like, what does the movie look like after the final, the credits roll? Right. You're a real person who has adventures from time to time, Exactly. That's a great way to put it. Take care, Phil. So you can earn additional coin during the course of adventure, and that can temporarily raise your coin during the adventure. But remember, it will all be spent during your next downtime. The only option you can have to keep it is to invest it using a endeavor action. Just like your character has their coin, each good or service has a status. For example, a silver character could use a coin to acquire a sword, buy dinner in a silver status tavern, or bribe a silver status guard. When you spend money or on trappings or services of lower status, the cost is trivial and doesn't need to be tracked. For example, a silver status character doesn't need to spend their coin, one of their 3 coin, if they bribe a brass status beggar. A character can make as many lower status purchases as they like, although the GM may judge that collectively a lot of them might be a status. For example, buying a round for the entire table is a silver expense, but buying a round for the entire tavern might be a gold expense, right? Characters cannot afford trappings or services of higher status unless they have some way to lay their hands on enough coin or find something in exchange. So then they have some bartering rules here where you have to make a charm test. You can also you can sell their trappings. Trappings are the physical items small enough for a character to carry on their person and commonplace enough to replace if they're lost. So these are your weapons, your daggers, your clothing, your stuff like that. Got lots of weapons here. We got knuckle dusters, foot spears, cavalry spears, axes, pickaxes, swords, warhammers, morningstar, polearms, flails, bill hooks, halberds, glaives, great axe, great sword, great hammer, lance, yada, 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 yada. And, apparently that's it. It's not too long of a list, I guess. And they all do something different. Looks like the damage is fixed. Or maybe you roll that. Oh, maybe you do. You probably roll that. So, like, you roll your strength plus 3 dice, I'm guessing, maybe. Let's see. If you want a great sword, only the gold people can afford that. Same with the great hammer and the lance. Okay, I have a problem with the lance. Historically, lances were just like, wooden spears. So that's kind of crazy. And then there's our ranged weapons. So we see here that the range has an optimum range. If it's not in the optimum range, you actually get a penalty of 1 dice to your attack. The maximum range of all one-handed weapons is long, while two-handed ranged weapons have no maximum range other than what the GM considers reasonable. So, like, some of these weapons basically have a minimum range, basically. So, for example, if somebody's up close to you, your Hawkland long rifle is going to be at -1 die. Thad apparently has cheated and read the book. No, for damage, it's equal to your strength characteristic plus some number. Okay, so it's just a static number of damage. Okay, so we don't roll damage. It's just static. By the way, note that ranged weapons is not equal to your strength, except for sling. It's just a static damage. So a pistol does 5 damage and ignores up to 3 points of... ignores armor, and it takes 3 successes to reload. Interesting. And there we can see... a desperate, maybe a desperate Marienburger shooting a Minotaur or attempting to shoot a Minotaur. God, I love the monsters of the old world so much. We have throwing weapons as well. Lots of weapons. Not too many, but lots. Here is our armor. So most armor gives you maybe an additional... Every armor gives you something. And some of them give you additional resilience. So most of the time, your resilience is just equal to your toughness, your character's toughness. But light armor adds 1, shield adds 1, heavy armor adds 2, and barding on your horse adds 1. So a character with a shield on a barded horse in heavy armor, aka our classic knight, is going to have a resilience value of toughness plus 4, which I think resilience is like damage reduction, I think. So we'll have to get into that once we get into the actual rules. So trade tools, services. Again, this is the type of stuff that you can use a coin for. So for example, if you have a gold coin, you can, be introduced by the herald into the elector's count, as a service, whereas if you're brass, you can buy like a message delivery. That's not even close. Okay. So apparently damage is static, but you roll your defense or something? It's kind of weird. Now, assets, unlike trappings, assets are things that you can't just easily replace. They are special equipment that demand investments of time or money. They are usually too large to carry. Some are, in fact, entire buildings. Assets cannot be bought with coin. To acquire an asset, you must begin play with it, receive it as a reward or in some other way that makes narrative sense, or save up for it using the invest money endeavor. Now, remember, we saw that your money resets at the start of each new adventure or downtime. So if you do make a lot of money from an adventure, you're going to lose that. The only way you don't lose it is if you invest it into, presumably, an asset like a bar or something like that. So we can acquire things like carts, rowboats, coaches, horse and stables. We can get armories, workshops. We saw, for example, the alchemist career starts with a laboratory, a brewery, a tavern, a temple, barracks, a noble's estate, luxurious apartment. All Warhammer vehicles ranked when Steam. S tier has to be the steam tank, right? I mean, that's just the best one. Hey, thanks for the sub, Brayflox. You can also acquire assets that aren't physical. Some of them are more things like a secret identity or a symbol of office or a map of the world routes or a trustworthy banker or full plate armor, which is in the game the best armor you can have. It's a literal investment. So there you go. A knight of the inner circle mounted in full plate armor with a shield on barding would get toughness +5 to their resilience. Pretty sweet. All right. So that's all like the equipment and all the other stuff. Let's actually get here, now that we're 2 hours in, into the rules. Most of the time, you only need to describe what you do, and then the GM will tell you what happens. However, if the consequences are uncertain and the results are significant, it's time to pick up the dice and make a test. Simple tests are unopposed. It's immediately obvious whether you succeeded or failed. If you roll a success, your test achieved the outcome you wanted to. If you don't roll any successes, your test has failed. Take a look at rolling dice on page 107. So again, we roll a number of d10s equal to our characteristic, and you look for numbers that are equal to or less than the skill being tested. In most situations, just one die showing the result is needed to succeed. But sometimes you might need more if you want to outdo a rival or to succeed with an additional benefit. Dice are sometimes added or removed from the pool before you make a test, when unusual circumstances benefit or impede the character. This is denoted as plus 1d or plus 2d for extra dice, or minus 1d and minus 2d for removing dice. Beneficial circumstances like corroborating intelligence or useful vantage point apply plus 1 dice. Difficult circumstances like weather or advanced security impose minus 1 dice. Many abilities, such as lores, talents, trappings, and status, detail the circumstances in which they oppose dice modifiers, as do wounds or any other conditions. Help from an ally can also provide bonus dice. Unless stated otherwise, a character can never roll more dice on a test than twice their characteristic, and if your dice pool is reduced to fewer than 1 die, you still roll 1 die, but it only counts as a success if you roll a nat 1. So if your characteristic is 3, the most you could ever have in your dice, you start with 3 in your pool, but the lowest you could go to is 1, and the highest you could go to is 6. If a character's circumstances are more challenging because another character is directly opposing them, make an opposed test instead of applying a dice modifier. Boo. All right, so here's what all of our skills do. We've already talked about these. If your test receives direct assistance from an ally, they make their own test to help you. Their help test may be use the same skill or another if the GM decides it's appropriate. For each success your ally scores on a help test, you get plus 1 dice to your test. Well, that seems very generous, and there doesn't seem to be a cost associated with it. So potentially that could be one of those situations where you got to be careful of help spam, I suppose. Some test modifiers are especially consequential. If you've made foolish choices or dark forces at work with hope dwindling fast, your test is grim. And if a situation is heavily weighted in your favor, the test is glorious. These modifiers appear very rarely, usually only after suffering catastrophic failure or when mystical forces is at work, like magic, the judgment of the gods, or the fickle whims of fate. Unlike bonus dice, multiple grim and glorious effects do not stack on top of each other. They either apply or don't. If a test is both grim and glorious, the two effects cancel out and no dice are re-rolled. So grim means you roll your dice pool and then anything that succeeds, you re-roll. Glorious is you roll your dice pool and any that failed, you get a chance to re-roll them. But this does sound like grim and glorious is a little bit rarer, perhaps, than giving out advantage or disadvantage in 5th edition. All right, so here's our success table. A character only normally needs 1 success to succeed at a test. However, if the GM wants to add extra nuance to a test's outcome, they can optionally count the successes to determine what extra consequences might apply. So the basic test is you need at least 1 success. But if you want to get more granular with it, then you can use this table. If you get a 0, you failed. If you get 1 success, you get a marginal success. You succeed, but with a complication, right? So this is our success, but complication if we just get 1 success. On 2 successes, we totally get it, and there's no cost. But if we get 3 or more successes, not only have we succeeded, but we have done so with exceptional skill or luck, we may suggest to the GM an additional positive benefit. These outcomes usually only apply to basic tests. They aren't used on tests where the number of successes rolled are important in some way. So in other words, when you attack, the number of successes you roll is already important. Now, what's interesting about this is, again, we kind of have 3 different successes. We could make a super basic test where it's just roll the dice. If you got 1 or more successes, you passed. We could also roll, if the GM wants, to add extra nuance with this sort of 0, 1, 2, 3 plus system. And then there's the opposed system as well. Complications temper your successes, but do not negate it. Good complications include an expenditure. You may have to waste money or resources or time. Obfuscation, you only get part of what you wanted or an incomplete view. Or embarrassment, you might appear flustered or desperate. And with a total success, that's when you get 3 or more, you do it efficiently, you gain additional information, or it's exceptionally impressive. When you make an opposed test, both characters make a normal basic test. Whoever generates the most successes is the winner. Ties are broken by whoever initiated the test, whoever is attempting to change the current state of affairs, or whoever has the highest skill rating. Ties on attack tests go to the attacker. If neither character generates any successes, there is no tiebreaker, both fail, and the situation deteriorates for everyone involved. To determine extra consequences of an opposed test, count how many more successes the winner scored than their opponent and consult the test outcome table on page 108. Winning on a tiebreaker is a marginal success. Extra consequences do not apply on attack tests or tests to oppose an attack. So you roll your dice pool. How many successes did you get? I roll my dice pool. How many successes we got? Higher roll wins. And that's it. If it's a tie, it usually goes to the active player or the attacker. And that's it. So pretty simple, I guess. We can see here that, melee is opposed by defense if they want to parry, athletics if they want to dodge. Brawn might be the attacker skill. Endurance is the defender. Stealth versus awareness. Awareness versus stealth. Athletics versus athletics to, run and flee and pursue. Charm versus willpower. Leadership to kickstart a prison result. Leadership to bully the prisoners back in line. There's another type of test. The exacting test. Some tasks are especially costly in time, resources, or commitment. Trekking across the barren hills, forging a sword, or casting a spell. These exacting tests require several successes to complete. You can make several basic tests as part of an exacting test, or even collaborate with other test characters making their own tests, with the successes of all the tests contributing to the running total. However, contributing to an exacting test always takes its toll, with a price attached to every test that you make. Time. Each test that you make uses up either a turn in combat, or it costs one of our downtime endeavors, or it diverts your attention from other opportunities, or it gives your enemy an opportunity to make their move. It could also cost coin. It could also expose you to risk, or it could also eat up favor or place you in another NPC's debt. So every time you make a test to contribute towards an exacting test, it costs something. In some high-pressure situations, such as a battle, time spent is costly enough. And if time is not especially pressing, then you should demand a different price. Otherwise, it's no different than just a normal basic test. If your contribution to an exacting test is opposed, use the difference that you generate to be the bonus. The GM will let you know how many total successes are required, but generally 4 successes requires commitment from all but the most proficient characters. 8 is a costly trial, and truly onerous undertakings might require 12 successes or more. And here we have a test flowchart. Is the outcome relevant? Is the outcome unclear and relevant to the story? No. Then don't make a test. Just narrate what happens. Yes, it is. Is someone opposing the character? Yes, they are. Well, then make an opposed test. No one's opposing the character. Will the outcome be clear right away? Yes. Then make a basic test. Will the outcome be clear right away? No. Is there a cost in time or resources to make this test? No. Well, then go back to making a basic test. But if there is, then make an exacting test. Now, this isn't as confusing as it seems, but it is one of those things where you kind of go, not because it's actually that bad, but it's just because it's like, why? What are we even doing here? Some people, though, they love it. They're like, no basic test. But sometimes I need the opposed test. But sometimes I need the exacting test. And sometimes I need the basic test with gradients. And sometimes I need the basic test with no gradients. All right. Fate. To survive a grim portent and to go on fighting takes a special kind of luck, divine favor, or commitment. This is called fate. Your fate rating determines how many times you can spend fate each game session. Unspent fate does not carry over. Use it or lose it. You can use fate tokens, such as those found in the Warhammer The Old World Roleplaying Game starter set, to keep track of how many times you have to spend fate each session. So apparently there is a starter set. I just don't know if it's available yet. All right, you can spend a fate to make a test glorious. To take a second action on your turn, but it has to be different, so you can't attack twice. Or act as a rear guard, so you and your allies can retreat. You can burn fate to automatically succeed on a test, to negate a wound you just suffered, or to sacrifice your life in a heroic last stand. Let's read about tactical retreat. In desperate times, you can spend fate to act as your group's rear guard as you safely retreat from battle. Retreating is described in a few more pages. If you decide to retreat, but no one has fate left to spend on providing a rear guard, the GM will extract a steeper price instead. So it looks like you can always choose to retreat in this game. And if you use a fate point, you can safely retreat. Burning fate. For truly extraordinary effects, you may burn your fate, permanently reducing it by 1. You may burn fate even if you've spent all of your fate for the session. In this case, the penalty applies to your next session. You can burn fate to narrate the best possible result from your test. It doesn't matter if you burn it before or after you roll, which I like. Your unmitigated success supersedes the normal rules. But it does have to be something that is realistically possible. When you suffer a wound, you can burn a fate to negate it entirely. Describe how they avoid their brush with harm, a split-second dodge, or a surge of willpower. Near misses can spare you lethal, critical, or permanent wounds, but they cannot prevent another enemy from inflicting the same wound again. The safest way to avoid future wounds is to retreat. And lastly, last stand. During a desperate battle, if you have suffered a wound, you can burn fate to achieve a feat of exceptional valor without testing. After accomplishing this final, mighty task, you die. The scope of your final action is beyond that of even that of an unmitigated success, but should still fit the tone of the game. Your achievements should stretch the limits of what is possible even for you, but not outright break them. Nevertheless, your death may well become the stuff of legend, or at least the talk of town for a season as two. You might deal a heroic blow that inflicts enough wounds to kill the Beast Lord outright. You might crash your barge into the harbor, setting off an explosive chain reaction. You might hold a blood-soaked choke point at the cost of your life, allowing your allies to escape. You might ask the gods for a miracle. You might disrupt a profane ritual utterly, but at the cost of your own soul. Your GM might adjust these actions if they think it is necessary, but they are encouraged to be indulgent. This is your final scene. Overall, I love these rules. I think these are great. I love that you get, if you're an elf or a human, or elf you get 1, I think. Dwarf you get 2. Humans get 3. You can use these every session. You can use these, once per permanent reduction of your character's fate. And I think these are really great. I like the sort of tension between spending them versus burning them. And this is kind of some of the modern Fabula Ultima, Daggerheart, kind of narrative last stand type abilities, but tying into a little bit of a currency. Yes, I appreciate this meta currency is limited in scope. I agree. I think this is pretty good. Nowhere in the old world will truly be safe. This is our section on combat. A battle begins when someone reaches for a weapon or starts channeling a combat skill. We switch from the free-flowing narrative to a regimented structure of rounds, turns, and actions. Daggerheart be damned. Here come our rounds, our turns, our actions. Every character in the fight gets 1 turn per round. Every turn, you get to take 1 action. Along with, it's like this game is really simple. You get 1 action per round, but you also get additional bonus incidental actions like moving. It's like you get 1 action, except you totally don't get 1 action. You actually get multiple actions. To determine the turn order, split the participants into 2 sides, the PCs and their allies, and anyone opposed or indifferent. By default, the PCs go first. The player characters collectively choose the order in which their characters take their turn, which can change from round to round. A character must complete their turn in its entire before handing off to the next player. After that, the player's enemies take their turn in whatever order the GM chooses. Ambush. If the player characters are caught unaware, then it's flipped and the enemy acts first. Ooh. Ooh. Ouch. Combat as war, anybody? This order continues for all subsequent rounds. In the first round of combat in an ambush, ambushed characters cannot oppose attacks. So you don't even get to roll defense if you're ambushed. You just get attacked. Brutal. The battlefield. To track the positions and distances between characters, the battlefield is broken down into zones and ranges, with extra battlefield features with a capital B and a capital F that can be exploited for tactical advantage. So here's an example of a zone map inside a skirmish in the Great Forest. Deep in the heart of the Great Forest, that's a big wood in the middle of the Empire, by the way, Alphonse, Bertrand, and Lena finally track down a small party of Beastmen that they have been tracking for days, and battle is quickly joined. The maps here show a quickly drawn diagram of the battlefield, dividing it into several zones. You could just describe the scene, but a quick drawing can help the players visualize the situation. Or, if you have miniatures, you can use those too. The GM determines where the Beastmen are. A Beastman shaman, a minotaur, a bestigor, and 2 ungors armed with their bows. The GM allows the players to place their characters in either of 2 zones. So we've got a shaman, which is this S here. And then we have the big all honking minotaur. And then we have a bestigor, which is this B, I guess. And 2 ungors marked with a U. The players go first. Bertrand swings at the bestigor, but fails to hit, suffering the staggered condition for his troubles. Eager to not let the ungors pick them off at range, Lena charges them, inflicting a wound with a blow of her hammer that slays one. Alphonse decides to put his crossbow to good use, shooting at the shaman and wounding it. Unfortunately, the twisted beast is a champion, capable of enduring several wounds, and so it hangs on. So again, we can see here the player 1 became staggered because they failed to hit. And player 2 moved zones, engaged the 2 ungor. Ungor are like the weakest of the beastmen. They don't even really have proper horns. And slew one outright. And then the player 3 shot at the shaman, hit it, wounded it. That's what that W is. But didn't kill it because it's a champion. So most creatures, it looks like, just like in normal Warhammer Old World, most rank and file creatures have 1 wound. Only special creatures, heroes, special monsters have 2 or 3 wounds. So the shaman was wounded, but not killed. So the Minotaur, on the Beastman's turn, the Minotaur charges against Alphonse, who quickly moves to defend himself against the hulking beast. However, the blow strikes through and he suffers a wound, a jarring blow to his sword arm. Lena parries a blow from the Ungor, staggering it. She grins, intending to cut down the vulnerable beast on her next turn, while Bertrand fails to beat back a blow from the Bestigor, which managed to stagger the warrior. So, it seems like it's fairly quick. Hey, Steve, how's it going? Zones. Whenever a battle is fought, it is broken into zones. Zones have no set, size, or shape, and are formed along natural divides or breaks in the environment, such as walls, doors, roads, clearings, or rivers. I do want to highlight something here, which is really cool, and I'm going to go over to my whiteboard for a second. But this is something that old Warhammer did. And I don't know that I've ever seen anybody talk about this. So I don't know if this will work, but we'll see. Like I've heard, when I say I don't know that I've never. I mean, it's not like this is like some like amazing piece of uber technology, but I don't know that I've ever seen anybody, to my knowledge, really talk about this. Since we're talking about zone-based combats and we're talking about Warhammer, I thought this would be appropriate. Let me put on a dark background here. There we go. Okay. So, one thing that a lot of people, so in a game where your movement is defined as moving one zone on your turn, one of the cool things that you can do to a game is when people are asked to make a zone map, there's sort of a natural tendency, I think, a lot of times, to make zone maps like this. Right? People make zone maps like this. Or maybe they make zone maps, right? Like where they're like, okay, here's the battlefield, and I'm going to make the zone, you know, these are the zones. But one cool thing that you can do, especially when the zones are, if you want to abstract them, if you want to tie the zones to the fiction, but also respect the fact that a move is one zone, is you could do stuff like this. So, for example, and again, it's still a pretty quick sketch, right? So here's our battleground. Okay? So our first zone is here, and then here, and then here. This zone, these zones represents the road. Then these zones represent dense forest or brush. And then maybe these zones represent lighter areas of, you know, this is just sort of, you know, light terrain or loose terrain, right? Slightly open area. And the reason why this is really interesting is because if you're, or why this is, you know, why this can be kind of cool, is because if our player character, I'd like to add text, thank you. If our player character is on the road, right, we can cross the battlefield in 1-2 moves because we're on the road. If our same character was in, say, the dense forest, to cross the battlefield would take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves, right? And so just by drawing the zones at a different scale and a different size, we create a sort of immediate understanding of what difficult terrain is and what fast terrain is because of the nature of the size and the shape of the zones. So again, our PC here only needs 2 moves to get across the battlefield because they're sticking to the road. Meanwhile, up here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves to go across the board. You know, so 2 versus 5. But also, too, you know, if you draw the road zones as kind of square rectangles, you know, it's pretty easy. You know, maybe you even use, you know, a slightly different color for the roads. So players know that, okay, that's the road. But then also, too, you're like, okay, well, obviously up in these zones, not only is the movement slowed, not because you have to impose some sort of movement penalty, but just because it naturally takes longer to move through those zones. But then also you could very easily say, oh, yeah, you're -1 die to range attacks to shoot anybody in that zone, or maybe -2 dice because they're in dense, thick foliage. Whereas shooting somebody on the road, is definitely, a lot easier. There we go. Is that a better darker green? And that's I think that's a pretty cool way to sort of function it. You agree? Yes. Okay. Elia says, when I ran Forbidden Lands, I drew out zone lines on the battle map very much like this. It worked very well. Also, whiteboard hype. Great. Yeah. So that's awesome that you use that. Again, this is a way that people used to, in Warhammer, people used to do campaign maps, which I always thought was really interesting, for like moving your armies across the battle map. And so like road provinces or road spaces were very, very long, because that way you could move your armies quickly across the map, because the road provinces were very long and narrow. Armies could only move one space per turn. So if your armies were on the roads or the rivers, they could move very quickly. Whereas if your armies were stuck up in the mountains, the way that mountains were depicted on the map was like an area of mountainous terrain, might look like this, where it's very, very discrete, small zones of terrain, because it just takes a long time, right, to move through the mountains. Whereas like the open fields and plains might look like this, and then the road terrain might look like this, right? And so you just by changing the size of the zone, you change how difficult it is to move through, assuming that you get one move per turn. Full Metal Dragon says, Modifius should hire you to write all their zone rules on their various 2D20 games, because you just explain zones better than any of their games explode. Well, every game uses different zone rules, so I don't 100% know Modifius's zones, but I'll take it from you. I'll take it from you. I have not played Soulbound, and I have not taken a look at it, Andrew, but that's great. That's really cool. I'm glad that they're using that. Let's see here. So this is about our zones. Close range is a melee weapon. To touch something, you usually have to be in the same zone unless you're at the very edge. Short range is anywhere in the same zone. Medium range is 1 zone away. Long range is 2 zones away. Extreme range is 3 zones away. Normal creatures can move to a location within medium range each turn and may choose to move extra zones if they take the maneuver action. So basically dash. This is the default speed. Slow creatures can only move to a range within medium action, but they cannot use the maneuver action to run, charge, move quietly, or move carefully. So they can move 1 zone, but they can't dash. And fast creatures can move within long range and may choose to move extra zones as well. Besides speed, other effects may affect your character's movement. The burden condition prevents even normal or fast characters from undertaking maneuvers. The prone condition prevents creatures from leaving their zone. The defenseless condition prevents creatures from moving at all. It's kind of counterintuitive. Usually when I think can't move at all, I think like immobilized, but overall, I think that's very clever to me. I like that there's this thing here where it's like, because if you've ever full stop, everyone here agree with me. When you have really slow creatures in a tactical game, it really sucks. Like I love zombies, but they just kind of don't work in most grid-based RPGs, because like it's like you need to be able to move and attack. It's one of those things. So I like what's funny here is what they're really doing here is in Warhammer, the war game, this. Usually the way undead work, like zombies and skeletons, is their movement rate is the same as a human's, right? It might be 4 inches per turn. But what they can't do is march, right? And marching is moving at the double. So like elves and humans can march and they can move double speed. They can double time. But undead don't. But that doesn't mean that they're slow. They have the same movement as everybody, right? They just, yes. I mean, PF2 zombies, Elia, that's literally what I'm thinking about because they're permaslowed, and it's just like, you know. So I like that the slow creatures can still move at the normal speed. They just can't double move. They can't charge. They can't run, you know. I like that. I like that they can't use the maneuver action. They can move, but they don't get the maneuver action. That's a clever way to do it instead of saying, well, they can only move at half speed. And it's just like, it just falls apart tactically so quickly. And so anyways, I also like that this burden condition, which we've seen in the previous things as things that can happen to you, you can still move. You just can't basically double move. You can't take maneuver actions, which I like. You can't run. You can't charge. I like that. You know, the prone condition, you can still, I guess, thrash around your zone or crawl around your zone, but you can't leave your zone, right? To do that, you have to be standing up. And it may be relevant outside of battle. In a chase scene, if someone has a higher speed, if they're fast and you're normal, they catch you over a long enough time. Zones are rarely featureless plain. They are littered with points of interest, features, or discarded remains. Many zones have ways for you to avoid incoming projectiles, cover, walls. They get a -1 dice to a shooting attack if you have cover or concealment. Also, a character can maneuver behind concealing features while moving quietly to hide themselves from view. Or they might need to fall prone if it's too low. Difficult terrain works by making you make a test. If you fail, you fall prone after you cross the difficult terrain. On a turn when you test to move through difficult terrain, you cannot also test athletics to move an extra zone when to run or charge. The obstruction prevents you from reaching top speed. I like this way of handling difficult terrain. Some of you may not, but I think I prefer it being a test. Also, I feel like tests in this game are going to resolve themselves fairly quickly. You know, you're all using grid D10s, grab it, look for a success, move. And I don't know. I like it. I like tests for movement like this. I know that may sound strange because it's like, Derek, don't you hate unnecessary tests? Yeah, but I don't like difficult terrain making you move slowly. Because it just makes the game too difficult to deal with, is really what it comes down to. And we also have hazards. So this is like dangerous terrain. You have to make a test to avoid suffering its effects. It could be a wound or a condition. Especially dangerous hazards have a rating. To avoid these hazards, you must get a number of successes on your test equal to the hazard's rating. So it's like a DC, basically. If you fail, you suffer a wound, rolling dice on the wounds table equal to the difference between the rating and the number that you got. Yikes. So here we go. Burning building, a bear trap, a snare trap, and what might happen to you. You might become wounded or prone, defenseless, ablaze, or drained. When you take your turn in battle, you undertake one of the 6 combat actions. You only get a second action by spending a fate or from a talent. Regardless, you can never perform more than 2 actions on your turn, and you can never perform the same action more than once. Except if you use the improvise action and you do it in 2 different ways to improvise, which is basically like their bullshit make something up action, I'm sure. In addition, a character may take a reasonable number of other incidental actions. These free actions include, so it's a single action system that sort of wipes all of the normal fiddly shit into just free shit, like drawing a weapon, catching an item, swapping out what you're holding, knocking an arrow in your bow, dropping prone, shouting out a warning, or making a move to a nearby zone. So rather than pixel bitching this with 3 or 4 or 5 action economies, it says, look, you get 1 major action on your turn, and the rest are basically, you know, we can fiddly these out and free. In addition to picking up or consuming or interacting with a simple object, like opening a door or pulling a lever. Incidental actions usually do not require a test to achieve. Common sense dictates how many incidental actions you can perform on the turn, but the GM is the final arbiter. If you've got the drop on your enemy, you can take a turn of setup actions before they're even aware of you, aiming your bow, helping to set a trap, maneuvering into strike range. So again, ambushing here continues to seem like it's going to be brutal. All right. So the 6 actions we can take is aim. We make an awareness test to aim at a nearby enemy. Every success we gets +1 dice on our next range attack that we make on that target, as long as we don't take any other actions in between. In addition, aim might allow us to make attacks against targets out to extreme range. So pretty simple. Make an aim like, we're about to trigger the ambush. My character's got his long rifle ready. I make the awareness test. I make the shot. It's an ambush. They don't even get to make a defense roll. Yikes. I'm assuming that additional successes and attacks add to additional damage. The other option we can do is attack. Make an attack test to injure your enemy with a suitable pairing of skill and weapon. If they're aware of you, they oppose it with athletics or another skill. If it succeeds, your target is either staggered or wounded. So if you succeed on your attack, there are only 2 outcomes. You will either stagger them or wound them. Full rules are on the next page. Help. Per the usual rules for help, you test a skill and assist an ally. You might call out a weak spot to attack, to aid an attack, intercept a blow to aid an ally's defense, or raise your team's confidence. For each success, your ally gets a +1 die on their upcoming test. To overcome an especially dangerous foe, it is rarely effective. They're telling you straight up here. To overcome an especially dangerous foe, it is rarely effective for every character to make their own separate attack test. Instead, help each other to make fewer, more powerful attacks with big dice pools to overwhelm your enemy's defense. Now, there are some classic games that do this. Fate is one of them that I could think of back in the earlier versions of Fate when you had like the Fate ladder. Another version of this game was like Mutants and Masterminds, where you wanted to make as high of a DC as possible so that the enemy would fail it and be knocked out. And the best way to do that was to help your ally by describing it, sort of like as Superman's about to punch them, I'm blasting them in the face with my magic beams. And, in other characters, I'm grabbing them with my magical lasso and holding them down. And you're basically just describing how you're doing it. And then one person or maybe 2 peoples are making the big attack. I'm curious, do people find that style of play satisfying? Ayla, we haven't really gotten to it yet, so I don't know. We're about to probably find out on the next page. But I'm curious if people like this, style of basically saying like, hey, you should just help, rather than wasting your attack doing something pointless. I do like that and I do like that there's a natural limit to this, because remember, you can never roll more dice than your characteristic. So anyways, improvise. This is where you can use one of your skills or spells or something else in the same way you would out of combat. Often this allows you to apply a condition, such as knocking an enemy prone or using leadership to make them distracted. When facing enemies, skills might resolve conflicts without combat. You might use brawn to disarm attackers or charm to turn foes into allies. However, these creative approaches aren't guaranteed. Only defeating opponents or rendering them defenseless truly neutralizes threats. So one of our other actions is, hey, get creative with one of your skills and maybe apply a condition or do something, right? Maneuvers is where you focus your turn solely on maneuvering around the battlefield. You can run, letting you move an extra zone on top of your free move. You may test athletics to try and move a second extra zone, but if you fail, you suffer the staggered condition. You can charge into combat. Choose an enemy out to medium range, move to within charge range of them, and make an attack with a bonus die if it is a melee attack. You can try to move quietly, which lets you make a stealth test, or you can try to move carefully, which lets you avoid having to make the difficult terrain test. Cool. You can recover. Allowing a moment to recover your wits, you gain one of the following benefits. You can remove the staggered condition from either yourself or an ally within close range. You can remove the prone condition from yourself or an ally. If you're not prone, you can mount a steed instead. You can treat a wound or test to remove another condition from yourself or an ally. you can remove 1 die from your mist cast pool that has to do with spell casting, or you can grab or interact with a dropped weapon, a healing potion, or another object, even if an enemy is within close range. So in order to normally grab stuff and do stuff for free, it's free, but you have to make an action to do it if an enemy is nearby. That's kind of cool. Like, yeah, you can open doors and pull levers and pick stuff up and drink potions, and it doesn't even take your turn if an enemy isn't nearby. But if you're in the same zone as an enemy, which is to say that you're within close range of the enemy, then it becomes an action. I think that's a cool way to sort of tax the action economy and give positioning in a zone-based system a lot more punch. I got to say, I'm really liking this action suite and the way it interacts with the zones. At the end of battle, when you have a chance to recover your breath, the survivors automatically recover. They are no longer staggered or prone and succeed on all tests to treat a wound or recover from a condition. All right, so here's our attacks. So we're going to get into attacks and wounds now. Attacks aim to incapacitate or kill an enemy. Melee for melee, shooting for ranged, throwing for thrown, and brawn for unarmed. Most of these are opposed tests. The defender resists with either athletics to represent dodging out of the way, or defense if they are suitably armed. If the attacker gains at least as many successes as the defender, the attack succeeds. If the defender gets more successes than the attacker, then the attack fails. An unaware or defenseless target may not oppose an incoming attack, meaning even 1 success is enough for an attack to hit. Attacking an unaware target draws attention to your presence. You must move carefully to a new hiding spot if you want to attack unopposed again. Wow. So if you're hidden and they're not aware of you, they don't get to make a defense check. That's brutal. Not just for ambushes, but for like hiding in a battle. Wow. That's pretty cool. Attack modifier. Many things make bonuses on attacks or defense. You get a +1 die in your attacks if you charged. You get a +1 dice if you outnumber your foe in your zone. To calculate this, add together all the allies in your zone, including yourself, and add together all the enemies in your zone, including your target. If there are more of the former than the latter, you get the bonus. Mounted enemies count as 1 fighter. Defenseless or defeated or non-combatants don't count at all. +1 dice if you are attacking from higher ground. This applies if you are fighting atop elevated terrain or if the target is prone. Being a bigger creature or mounted on a steed or vehicle does not provide this bonus by default. All right, so for example, Bertrand rushes into combat with an orc warrior, aiming to split him from waist to shoulder. He makes a melee attack test. His melee is 5 and his weapon skill is 4. So he gets 4 dice in his pool, but he is charging, so he gets +1 dice. So he's going to roll 5 dice. Now his melee skill is 5, so we're looking for 5s or lower. He rolls a 2, a 4, a 4, a 7, and a 10. So he gets a total of 3 successes. Example, the orc is prepared for battle and carrying a brutal choppa. That's an orc axe, an orc melee weapon. Just a big hunk of metal sharpened and stuck on a stick that he can use to defend himself. Testing his defense of 4 with his weapon skill of 3, he rolls a 3, a 4, and a 9 for 2 successes total. Because Bertrand scored at least as many successes as the orc, his attack strikes true. See the damage example on the next page to see what happens next. I normally don't like opposed, I don't like the D100 opposed attack rolls because it's like comparing success versus success. And this to me is much cleaner. I don't like opposed attack rolls, but this at least feels much cleaner. You got 3 successes. I got 2 successes. You won. So I like this dice pool opposed better than the D100 opposed. Generally. So here are some general attack things. Failed attacks. Whilst attacking at range is relatively safe, failing to attack an enemy in close range leaves you open to counterattack. If you aren't staggered already, you become staggered if you miss. Or not even if you miss, if you fail your attack. So if I roll 2 successes and my defender, the opponent, rolls 3 successes, I become staggered. So failing to succeed at an attack gives me the staggered condition. Successful attacks inflict damage. Each weapon has its own damage value, sometimes derived from the attacker's strength. This base damage is increased by how many more successes the attacker scored than the defenders on the attack test. Damage is compared to the defender's resilience. Resilience is equal to the target's toughness plus any bonuses they gain from armor, shields, or other abilities. If the attacker's damage exceeds the target's resilience, they suffer a wound, straight up. If the attacker's damage is equal to or lower than the target's resilience, the defender becomes staggered. If they are already staggered, they must either give ground, fall prone, or suffer a wound. This is getting very interesting. Okay, so we saw earlier that melee weapons are usually based off of your strength. And some of the high-tech premium two-handed weapons are like strength +2 or strength +3. Ranged weapons typically have a set strength. This gun is strength 6. This bow is strength 4. All right, so we know that Bertrand above succeeded, right? Because Bertrand rolled 3 successes on a 2-4-4, and the orc scored 2 defenses on a 3 and a 4. So the Bertrand won the attack by a margin of 1. Bertrand's player calculates the result of his successful attack. His sword inflicts damage equal to his strength, which is 4. That's his base. However, Bertrand's attack test generated 1 more success in the orc's defense, so this becomes a total of 5. The orc's toughness is 4, but it is wearing light armor, which gives you +1 to your resilience. Therefore, the orc's resilience is totaled 5. Bertrand's damage does not exceed the orc's resilience. His attack does not deal enough damage to wound the orc. However, it does give them the staggered condition. Now, it's interesting, by the way, to note that as a player, you go first. If you miss with your attack, you become staggered. And that means that when the enemy goes next, if they hit you, even if they fail to overcome your resilience and you're staggered, you can't be staggered again. You'll either be forced to give ground, fall prone, or take a wound. It also definitely makes sense why helping an attack is suggested against tough foes, because you're mostly just going to bounce off of them and give them the staggered. That being said, Thaddeus, if you could do enough small attacks, you might stagger them and then hit them again, forcing them to give ground, become prone, or eventually wound them. So enough small attacks, I think, could eventually overwhelm an enemy. Just saying. Because Bertrand's damage does not exceed the orc's resilience, his attack does not wound the orc. However, the attack does inflict the staggered condition. If the damage had exceeded the orc's resilience, it would have inflicted a wound. As the orc is only a minion, this would have been enough to defeat it. However, as the orc is staggered, it is more vulnerable to future and further attacks. Now, what if you are staggered and you become staggered again? Well, then you either have to, from an attack, then you either have to give ground, fall prone, or take a wound. And it sounds like if you could, you would prefer to give ground. Then as a second worst option, you'd prefer to fall prone. And then as a worst option, you would prefer to give a wound, right? Now, this is interesting because one of the things that they added in Warhammer The Old World, the war game, this is the war game. What they added to this was a new thing that in the old games of Warhammer, when your big unit or your big unit crashed into another unit, okay, they would fight back and forth until eventually one of the units broke, routed, and ran away. And then the other group would pursue them off the battle. But what they added in the new one is a new feature called Give Ground, where if your side loses, but it doesn't lose by that bad, instead of just fleeing off the battlefield, they instead fall back. And they start to, be pressed off of the battlefield or maybe pushed away from a central objective, but they're not completely routed. So I'm really interested to see how this works, because I talked about on a prior stream about how something I've always wanted to do is to give that option for falling back. Enrique, we're not even through the combat yet, so I can't say for sure. I have no idea what the wound tracks look like on some of these monsters or the PCs. We'll take a look in a second. I'll answer that when we're done, but we'll take a look. Giving ground puts space between you and your attacker before they can press the advantage. Move away from your attacker into an adjacent zone of your choice. You may only give ground once per round. If you give ground into a zone containing an enemy, you gain the broken condition. So you can't fall back into a contested zone. We don't even have to go any further, and I can already tell you I absolutely love everything about this combat system. It becomes so tactical where you position your attackers now, because you could set up a situation, because, for example, like the Warhammer, like the war game, while giving ground, you cannot move through enemies, obstacles, or areas that you treat as difficult terrain. You cannot give ground if you are prone or unable to leave your zone. If these restrictions make giving ground impossible, you cannot choose to give ground, and you must fall prone or suffer a wound instead. Giving ground is a useful way to avoid injury, so canny fighters always have an escape plan. Try to avoid getting surrounded in combat. Alternatively, get behind your enemies so they aren't able to escape you. And where this becomes really cool, by the way, is, and again, I'm putting on my wargaming hat here. If you're fighting, say, let's say that you're fighting a wood elf, okay? Well, wood elves might not treat woods, okay? What happened there? Apparently the text can only be one size. Anyways, this is our wood elf. Wood elves, you might be fighting a wood elf. The player character is fighting a wood elf. And the wood elf takes the wound, and they can fall back into the difficult terrain because they don't treat forests or woods as difficult terrain. So when wood elves fight at the edge of forests, right, they have a tremendous advantage, because imagine if you were fighting, imagine if you were fighting, it doesn't like this thing. Imagine that our elf was fighting our PC here. Okay, thank you. Please don't ever be clicked again. If our PC was fighting the elf here in the midst of the woods, this player character can't fall back because they are surrounded by difficult terrain. The wood elf can fall back because they ignore difficult terrain from woods. So this gives the wood elf an incredible advantage to fighting in the woods. I love it. Dropping prone to the ground inflicts the prone condition as you're knocked off your feet or you dive out of harm's way. Full rules for this condition are on page 123, but you become more vulnerable to close combat attacks. You become better protected against missile attacks. You get knocked off from a steed or vehicle, and you cannot leave your zone until you stand back up again. Prone characters cannot fall prone again or give ground. If you're staggered again while staggered and prone, you suffer a wound. Dropping prone is not a terrible response to ranged fire, but it does leave you very vulnerable to melee attacks. Lying prone in the face of an armed opponent might grant you bonus dice when begging for your life, though. Sometimes when they put like little things like here, like, oh, maybe it'll help you. All right, retreat. What, they're not going to tell us what a wound does? Okay, wounds are on the next page. If the battle is going poorly, the players may determine that discretion is the better part of valor and surrender the field to their enemies. If the players are in a unanimous agreement, they may sound the retreat at the start of a round, or when it is their side's turn to act if the enemies are acting first. Otherwise, the battle continues, perhaps with some characters maneuvering to safety. To retreat, one character must spend a fate to act as the group's rear guard, covering their backs as they peel off from the fighting. If the group has spent all of their fate, the GM may extract the price another way: in blood, by inflicting a wound; in material, such as dropping important trappings; or misfortune, conferring their enemies a golden opportunity. I don't know if that really means like in the Blades in the Dark way. If the enemy is pursuing, every player character makes an athletic test to try and extricate themselves from the battle without incident. GMs may allow characters with suitable lores to succeed automatically, such as using woodcraft to effortlessly disappear into the Great Forest. Enemies may oppose a retreating character's test, especially if their speed is higher. Some enemies might not choose to pursue. Their priority might be to protect their territory, care for their own wounded, or finish a ritual. For each character that fails this test, roll 1d10 on the Run for Your Lives table and add the results together. If multiple characters generate complications, the GM may call for a d10 roll on the table, even if everyone succeeded. So, retreat protects the characters from harm, but offers no such assurances to NPCs they're escorting or from any loot that they intended to steal. So, for example, if everybody failed the check and you'd roll like 4 or 5 d10, you might end up with like 24. And in that case, your result of fleeing is surrounded. You run straight from one enemy into another. It'll take skillful maneuver or negotiation to prevent another conflict. So, for example, like you might flee from the Beastmen and run straight into a secret wood elf glade, and you come out, you run away from the Beastmen or the orcs, and then you enter into this secret glade, and there's already 8 wood elves with their bows drawn, pointed directly at your heart, and they're like, everyone who has seen our sacred spring must die. And, you're immediately like, oh, but if only one person fails a test, they might roll a d10, and, you just become lost. It's interesting. It still allows you to flee. It just kind of determines how bad the consequences are depending on how many people failed. Only if you roll a 25 out is there's no clean way out, and the rear guard might suffer wounds or captured by the enemy. All right, here we go. Wounds. So what happens when you were hit and the total damage does exceed our character's resilience? When a player character is seriously injured, they roll on the wounds table to determine the effect. For ease of reference, this is found on page 190 at the very back of the book. Roll a d10. Correct, Enrique. That's correct. Everyone gets away, even on a 25, but the person who decided to be the rear guard might pay the price. They might become captured, or they might take a wound. So that's the risk of being the rear guard, is that if it's like a really shitty place to escape, and you're unlikely to succeed, the rear guard might pay the price. That person who chooses to stay and cover your retreat may end up getting hurt, killed, or captured. So when you take a wound, you roll a d10, plus another d10 for each untreated wound you already have. So this is what we call a death spiral. As you take wounds, more wounds, it becomes more likely that you're probably going to get a worse wound. Wounds trigger a rush of adrenaline through your body, masking your pain and surging you forward. When a staggered character suffers a wound, they immediately remove the stagger condition. This is obviously some, kind of like bullshit diegetic reason, but it's really a good game thing, because what this prevents you from doing is becoming staggered and then just everything wounds you, right? Because once you get staggered, if somebody successfully attacks you, then even if they don't overcome your resilience, you become staggered again, which would wound you, which would wound you, which would wound you. And I think it would just spiral too quickly. This way, when you do get staggered and then get staggered again, you take a wound, but you clear the staggered. So now another enemy has to hit you, inflicts a staggered condition, and then another enemy has to hit you and stagger you and cause the wound. Does that make sense? And I think that's a really, really good bit of gamist tech, because this could spiral out of control very quickly otherwise. It's still not great, but at least it gives you a little bit of breathing room. Besides increasing the severity of future wounds, most wounds also have additional negative effects. Some are temporary. Others apply until the wound is treated with some basic first aid. and some apply until the wound is fully healed. Treatment is different than healing. Treatment can be, treatment is probably like, putting a tourniquet on a bleeding wound. It doesn't heal the wound, it treats it. Treatment can be attempted by any character in the field, but healing from a wound takes time and potentially even surgery. The first step to recover from injury is addressing the immediate symptoms. Stop the bleeding, reset a limb, get back on your feet. If a wound is treated, it no longer applies the +1 dice when you roll on the wounds table for future injuries. In addition, penalties from that wound that apply until it is treated are discounted. Okay, so you still get the effect of the wound, but you don't get that immediate death spiral. Now, to be clear, if you have a bunch of untreated wounds in a battle, they are going to death spiral very quickly. But if you suffer a wound and can get it treated, even if it's just a quick battlefield splint, then it's going to prevent you from completely death spiraling. But you'll still suffer from the wound's effects. You just don't get the escalating wound categorization. During a battle, you can use the recover action to treat a wound suffered by yourself or an ally. This requires a recall test to remember and administer the right treatment. If you have anatomy lore, you succeed automatically. Other lores might be relevant when treating specific wounds. For example, Troll Slayer may automatically succeed if you need to neutralize the acid of a troll, the acid of troll vomit. At the end of a battle, if you have a chance to catch your breath, you automatically recover and treat all of your wounds without any testing recovered. If you suffer wounds outside of battle, you could treat them as soon as you've escaped the hazard. So there's sort of like the chronic, and every wound sort of has a chronic, an immediate and a long-term effect. The immediate effect is your next wound is more powerful and more potent. That can be treated during combat. Yeah, acute or chronic is probably the better way to say it, King Hodop. Yeah, I was trying to say that and I couldn't remember what the exact terms were. But yeah, there's an acute and a chronic condition. The acute condition can be treated during combat. The chronic condition cannot. You can treat an injury if you have the right trappings to do so. Sutures to close an open wound, bandages to wrap a field dressing, a well-stocked psychers kit, psycher, one of these bullshit made-up words. Physiker. Still terrible. A well-stocked doctor's kit contains all of the med kit, contains all of the tools needed to mend most common injuries. Otherwise, you may need to improvise. Healing. So that's treating. And by the way, during combat, you may have to take a wound or do something. Outside of combat, assuming you have enough time, the idea is that you can treat most wounds. And that's going to get rid of that immediate acute penalty and the death spiral. However, healing a wound is more symptomatic. Treatment can address symptoms, but only time can cause a wound to fully heal and end all of the permanent effects. Each wound specifies a duration that must elapse. Catch your breath. This is the least serious wounds, and once the immediate danger is passed. This happens automatically at the end of a battle or a dangerous encounter as long as you aren't thrust immediately into a hazardous situation. So, end of the fight, have a moment to catch your breath. Some wounds, for example, a wound might be, this is what I call in Blades in the Dark, right? When I talk about my Blades in the Dark, I talk about how I added temporary and permanent wounds. And so you might get a wound of, you got the wind knocked out of you. Now, that's very debilitating. It's a very nasty wound, but it literally is solved by catching your breath, right? A night's rest. Moderate wounds require you to take it easy and enjoy an early night. You'll feel better in the morning. Rest and recovery. The deadliest wounds cannot be walked off. They require a character to hang up their boots and devote themselves entirely to physical rehabilitation. This is usually only possible during downtime, when the character undertakes the rest and recovery endeavor. If a wound requires surgery, you cannot even begin your recovery until after that procedure. Even when a wound is healed, some effects may remain. A scar, aches, pains, psychological trauma. But besides the permanent changes like lost limb, the penalties listed for that wound will no longer apply. The exact times for healing are not rigid, but rarely of particular significance. If timing is significant, then your GM may want to make an endurance test to heal that wound in advance of a deadline. There is little conventional medical treatment can do to accelerate healing, but it could make the process more comfortable. Spells and potions that accelerate healing are exceptionally rare and highly sought after. Surgery. The most severe wounds require surgery, which is always difficult and dangerous. This usually requires paying an NPC to perform the service. And a character with anatomy lore may attempt the surgery to themselves. To do this, they require a theater to operate in, specialist medical tools, time to work, crutches, prostheses to support the patient's recovery. It also requires a successful dexterity test, with failed tests covering the risk of permanent disfigurement or death. Even successful surgeries permanently transform a character as they learn to reckon with a new disability. But veterans of the Old World's wars are famously resourceful. Hook hands and peg legs. Infection. Poor hygiene, unanticipated side effects, and low standards of medical education all cause wounds to become more seriously. At the end of the day, when you have suffered any wounds, even if your wounds have been treated or healed, you must make an endurance test. If you score fewer successes than the number of wounds you received that day, you gain a festering wound. Festering wounds count as untreated wounds, applying +1 die to all future rolls on the wound table. They cannot be treated until you use rest and recovery to heal them. There we go. King Hodop, this is because I routinely make fun of these hyper-simulationist games for being obsessed with infection and disease, to the point where sometimes people literally point to the games and be like, oh, but it has such a cool infectious disease system. All right. So here are these are the conditions. These are the base conditions. I'm not going to go through all of them, but we can be ablaze. We can be blinded. We can be broken. If we're broken, we're basically like in the war game, we're fleeing. You have to spend your turn moving to a zone without an enemy. Once you're in a zone that doesn't have an enemy, you can make an attempt to recover. Burdened. You are burdened by heavy equipment, restraints, or incapacitating injury. You cannot use the maneuver action. Now, note, you can still move. You just can't run or charge or move through difficult terrain and that type of stuff. If you are critically injured, your wounds are so severe you might expire from blood loss, shock, or suffocation. At the end of every turn, test your endurance. If you fail, you gain defenseless. If you already have the defenseless condition, you die. Yikes. Deafened. You're deafened. Defenseless. You cannot move. You cannot take actions. You cannot oppose tests. You can only make tests when a condition or other debilitating prompts you to do so. If asleep or unconscious, you cannot talk. Any successful attack against a defenseless character automatically inflicts a wound. So basically, the only way that you would not inflict a wound upon an unconscious person is if you literally rolled 0 successes with your attack. Now, if they're prone, you get +1 dice, and I can think of a million other reasons why you would get more dice, and they don't get to even oppose it. So you're probably pretty likely to be able to. But even like a small dagger is going to inflict a wound against a defenseless character. If you're distracted, you get a -1 die on tests, except for anyone besides the thing that you are being distracted by. That's cool. If you're drained, you cannot gain bonus dice on tests. And no tests that you make are glorious unless you spent fate. So if you're drained, basically you don't get the benefits of glorious and you don't get bonus tests. If you are prone, you're knocked flat, you're lying down, you're kneeling. Melee attacks get +1 die. Shooting attacks get -1 die. And if you're on a vehicle or steed, you get knocked off. And you can't move out of your prone zone. You can take the recover action, or you can sacrifice your free move for the turn to recover from being prone. Staggered. This is where nothing happens itself, but if you're staggered and you are staggered again, you either have to give ground into an adjacent zone, suffer the prone condition, or suffer a wound if you can't give them any of that. Note that if you take the recover action, you can remove staggered. If you suffer a wound, you get that shock of adrenaline that also clears the staggered condition, but that's just so that the death spiral doesn't like completely death spiral you. Now we got stats for horses, but before we go on, I know people are going to be disappointed, but I'm going to kind of skip the vehicles and horse rules. We do have something on investigations and social encounters, which I want to look at. I definitely want to look at the downtime structure. We're probably going to skip most of the lore, like the religions and the belief and the lore of the Old World. I do want to cover magic somewhat. And we'll also we won't cover the history and lore of the Old World. I wanted to look at the wounds table. You can choose to do it, King Hodop. Your character may not want to give ground because that's not an option. You know, maybe you could give ground, but you have to stay here because you're defending an ally, or maybe you're doing something like that. Like you don't have to. Yeah, hold the line. Beowulf, how dare you? No horses, please. By the way, as a rule of thumb, I apologize to anybody if this is you, but that's okay. That's you. One of my red flags is like on Tinder or Bumble or whatever like that is, are you a horse girl? If you're a horse girl, I'm out. Right. Your choices are definitely limited by your circumstances. You may not be, but just because you have to fall back, just because you can fall back doesn't mean you can fall back. Why? King Hodop, it's complicated. Let's just say that's just one of my things, I also don't date people that smoke. Or that do crystal meth. It's just, everybody's got to have a line. You can draw them there. By the way, if you don't think that that's a thing, just Google that, Google like why you shouldn't date horse girls or something like that. You'll see plenty of horror stories. Beowulf's got reason number one right there. Crystal meth and smoking are way cheaper than horses. When a player character is seriously injured, they roll on the wound table to determine the effect. Roll a d10 plus another d10 for each untreated wound you have. So the first wound, d10. The second wound, 2d10. The third wound, 4d10. Assuming it's not been treated. All right. So early stuff we're going to get is superficial injury, a nicked arm. We might drop what we're holding. And all of these will heal after the combat when we have a chance to catch our breath. A battered leg because our legs buckle, or we get the wind knocked out of us, right? However, even with the first wound, we could get a crushed rib. We could get a leg spasm. And that's not going to recover until a full night's sleep. The wound chart continues. Eventually, we start getting into internal injuries. By the way, this gives us the critically injured condition. Remember, that's the one that makes us critically injured, then defenseless, then dead. A hideous blow causes damage to an organ you probably cannot name. Until the wound is treated, you cannot take any actions besides recover, and you suffer the critically injured condition. And until that wound is fully healed, you suffer the drained condition. Then we start getting into shattered knees, spilled guts, and these all inflict the critically injured condition, which means this will kill us in 2 rounds. Blacking out, severed arm, which not only does it make us, until the wound is treated, we are defenseless and critically injured. But also, even if we succeed, we're still down an arm. We sever a leg. By the way, severed arm which, by the way, one of your arms, randomized, has been sliced from your body, or it will need to be amputated. Until this wound is treated, you are defenseless and critically injured, which means you will die on the next turn. So the critical blood loss will kill you in exactly one turn, unless someone can treat you and stop the blood loss. And even then, your arm is lost forever. That can happen on the second wound, because you could roll a 10 and a 10. That's a 20. Continuing. Legs, organs, an appalling strike. One limb is utterly crushed, and at least one more is severed from your body in a spray of bloody viscera. You expire. An instant later, your soul consigned to any god that would have you. The healing time on this one is NA, because once you suffer 24, 25, 26, or 27, you're just dead instantly. So these are all instant kills. A swing across your waist cuts you in half or smushes your bones to dust. A single spray of arterial fluid stains the ground. You are dead before you hit it. A pierced heart. A grievous wound cleaves your chest in two, puncturing your organs with broken bones. You have time for 1d10 dying words and no more. And lastly, 27. Your head is struck from your body. If your killer is in close range and has a hand free, they may opt to catch your head and hold it aloft as a trophy. You are dead. You are dead. Well, you know, I was like, oh, this chart's going to get up into the 50s. Nope. Doesn't even make it to 30. Yikes. So, yeah, don't get multiple wounds, folks. It's not going to be good for you real fast. I mean, honestly, once at this point, I'd rather just give me the decapitation. I'd rather have the decapitation than the ruptured organs or the spilled guts. The Game Master's Guide, which is not here, covers the rules for wounding NPCs. So we don't actually have those rules yet, but the general principles are here. Most NPCs are minions, ordinary people, rank and file of the ravening hordes. When they suffer a wound, we don't even roll it. The attacker decides if they're killed or knocked out or disarmed or forced to descend. So most things don't even have, like, if you wound them, they're done. They're dead. You know, they're down, they're beat, they're killed. What does this look like, right? To Matt Mercer. Brutes are tougher opponents with some grit to the name. They suffer wounds, but do not roll on the wounds table. Instead, they can suffer a certain number of wounds and then they're killed. So these basically have hit points, wound points. You still don't roll on the table because we don't really care, but you know, they can take 2. Champions are leaders and figureheads with a name and their own agenda. They suffer wounds the same way as player characters. So there we go. We've got our minions, our standard tough monsters, and then NPCs, you know, champions, leaders, the dark priest who's overseeing, you know, the head bray shaman of the great forest of the, you know, of the blue storm beast herd pack, right? Monstrosities are gargantuan beasts, the terror of the old world. Their profile will details what happens to them when they're wounded and how many wounds will defeat them. Some even become more dangerous when they're injured. So it sounds like truly like the monsters, to use like the Forbidden Lands terms, have their own wound charts, and they actually do, you know, stuff with things. So yeah, so champions are the only ones that use the wounds table. Yeah, champions and the PCs. And you know what? I am totally A-okay with this. I have no desire to roll these table effects for anything that isn't like an important quote unquote NPC. I just don't. You know, most creatures, I am totally content to just say, yep, it has 1 hit point, you wound it, it explodes in the, you know, sorry, I want to get it right. How do you want to do this? Which, by the way, I think that's completely terrible. I just don't like that the only time that Matt Mercer historically has given characters narrative control is when they kill somebody. I agree. If you're rolling all the time, this loses its punch, Beowulf. So I'm right there. I'm right there with you, Beowulf. Overall, this is pretty grim and gritty, I got to admit. But what makes this not as grim and gritty is the fact that, like I said, when you become wounded, you lose staggered. So then, now granted, if you get hit again and they exceed your resilience, right, you're wounded again. You could be wounded and then wounded and then wounded, It does feel less gamey than 4th edition. I can't really articulate why. I'm not like an expert, of Warhammer 4th edition by any stretch of the imagination. But it does feel less gamey to me. I don't know why either, but it does. Like this still feels simulationist, but it not like in a, gripping way. Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition. All right, downtime, magic, and then we're done. All right, so between adventures. Right. Warhammer 4th edition fantasy roleplay, which is completely different from Warhammer The Old World, which is completely different from Warhammer The Old World Roleplaying Game. So downtime. If your characters escape the machinations of their enemies, they gain a fleeting respite, the calm before the next storm. This period of downtime is a precious commodity for characters as it provides a chance to recover from injuries, fulfill the obligations of their career, improve their skills, and prepare for the next appearance of their grim portent. All of these activities are endeavors, broad activities that cover days or even weeks of efforts, but we do not play through in detail. They might earn some coin, repay some debts, or train alongside the local militia. Now, this is very similar to downtime from Blades in the Dark. And like Blade in the Dark downtime, where John Harper is very clear about this, they go out of their way to explain this again. And I'm going to reiterate this for people for the trillionth time. Burying the lead. The GM should summarize the results of a player's endeavors. Feel free to describe what the locals are gossiping about, describe brief encounters with NPCs who might return later, or set the scene for upcoming adventure by talking about the changing seasons. However, if an event is intriguing enough that the players might actually want to do something with it, you should save that for an adventure. The whole point of a downtime structure is for it to be a downtime structure. Do not waste multiple sessions, let alone entire sessions, in downtime. We're here to adventure, not to downtime. Downtime should be quick and procedural. You should summarize and set up, but you should not take it as a means to start doing stuff and adventuring. It's not what the whole point of having a separate system of downtime is, so that you can montage and a large proportion of time and get back to quote unquote the good stuff, which is the adventure. Okay. Typically once every 2 to 3 sessions is how often roughly you should theoretically. This usually happens when you return to your hometown, such as Talagad or another settlement where they can rest, train, and reach out to contacts. I do like the idea of the players having this sort of home base that they kind of routinely return to sort of do their endeavors, and then they kind of go back to their town life until adventure calls again. And I definitely like the idea of downtime representing weeks, if not months of play, maybe even like a season. Downtime begins with an event, something like a fire, a crime, a harvest. The Game Master's Guide will have events for Talagad, which is sort of the default starting town. So this is very much like Torchbearer. For those of you who have watched our Torchbearer game or played our Torchbearer game, you know that when you arrive at town, you roll on a town event table to see what's going on in town. It could be something problematic. It could be something beneficial. Each player chooses endeavors for their character to pursue in downtime. You can take one endeavor for every game session since the last downtime, up to a maximum of 3. Your enemies will never allow you more respite than that. So there you go. You have to take a session to endeavor, and you only get as many downtime actions as you did sessions. Most endeavors require a test. There's a suggested skill, but it doesn't have to be this. The one, depending on what your GM decides. During downtime, when you have time to practice and learn from your mistakes, your skill ratings increase. Each time you make an endeavor test, count the number of failures in your dice pool. How many dice did not roll equal to or lower than your skill rating? Mark them on a tally next to your skill sheet. When the tally of failure dice you have for a skill is higher than your current rating, erase all your tally marks and increase your skill. So, you don't actually go and you practice your skills by doing them in town. So, for example, it's been 2 sessions since Hannah's last downtime, so she could pick 2 endeavors. So she decides to gather information twice about the upcoming Bugman's Ales shipment. Bugman is a legendary dwarven brewer who has and maintains his own independent brewery, which is it's like half dwarven fortress, half brewery. And he is known for his rangers, which are dwarfs that actually live above ground and like secure mountain passes ever since the fall of the Underway to the forces of orcs and goblins. Anyways, he makes legendary ale called the Bugman's XXXXX brew or something like that. Each endeavor involves an awareness test. So she's using gather information. So it's going to make an awareness test using her initiative and awareness. Both are rated at 3. As she keeps a wary eye on the docks, looking for information about the shipments. Her first test, she scores a 4, 7, and an 8. She has no successes, so it provides no useful information. But she got 3 failures, so she can mark those 3 failures against her awareness skill. And since her awareness skill was 3, it increases its rating to 4. Her second test is a 2, 2, 10. The 2 successes provide her with decent information, while the 10th marks her 4th. Oh, you need to have 1 more failure. While she gets a 4th failure, which is 1 higher than her skill rating, so it raises it from 3 to 4. So if your rating is 3, you need 4 failures. So by using this, that generates the failures, which she then uses to level up. Interesting. And then at the end of your downtime, you reset your coin depending on your status level to either 3 coin of gold, 3 coin of silver, or 3 coin of brass. Any that weren't spent in your adventure are lost. If you have quite a bit of coin, it could be worth spending it on a trapping or an asset before downtime begins. Alternatively, you may want to make the use of bank money or invest money if you don't want to lose it. Otherwise, you lose it. So here's what you can do. You can aid a contact that helps you repay a favor that you owe to a contact. If you don't owe a favor, now they owe you a favor. So you can like build up credits and pay off debits. Contacts can provide you with trappings, clues, or bonus dice on future tests. You can bank money. If you have coin left after an adventure, you can take this endeavor to bank it with one of these dubious people so that it's available to you in the future. Make a charm test. For each success, you may place 1 leftover coin of your status with a banker. With 3 successes, you may bank a coin of a higher status than your own. The rest is loss, spent on fees or swindled out of you by charlatans. You can change career if you meet all the opportunities, and it also costs 3 XP. You can craft, and this is an exacting test, so it's an ongoing test. Even the banking is grim and glorious, yes. You can create new spells. You can help allies. You can invest your money. You can gather information. You can lay low. You can make labors. You can just straight up practice a skill. Make a test of your choosing, counting any failed dice and marking the tally next to the untested skill, along with an additional mark. So basically, you're just throwing your skill away, so you get an extra bonus skill track if you just want to practice your skill. You're probably better off not doing that, but that's pretty cool. Zen Bullet will take care of you. Yeah, that's why your favors are on your sheet, Beowulf. It's actually a mechanic. Rekindle Fate. Oh, you can re-earn your fate that you've burned. You meditate upon the grueling ordeals faced in your adventure and recommit yourself to battles to come. You may only choose this endeavor if your fate score is lower than when it started with due to burning your fate during play. Make an exacting test requiring 4 total successes. You may make 1 test per endeavor and each test requires you to spend fate, not burn it, spend it. Remember, you get fate per session. The skill tested depends on your form of meditation. A knight in exile might test endurance, undergoing days of fasting while praying for the lady's grace. A sharpshooter could test dexterity while field stripping their weapon, constantly repeating the motion as a comforting ritual. If you succeed on this test, your fate rating re-increases by 1 up to its starting maximum. So there is a way to regain it, but it is difficult, it's tough, it's a multiple success effort, and you have to spend fate just to even take the endeavor action. You can rest and recover. You could test your might. You can wander the wilds. You can study lore. So all in all, pretty cool and pretty comprehensive. I could definitely see future supplements for this game, or like unique locations giving you additional endeavors. I could even see things that the players earn or acquire giving you additional endeavors, which would be pretty cool. Like these might be the options at Talagad by Basics. Yeah, here we go. Look, these endeavors are usually available anywhere in the towns and cities of the old world, unless the GM rules otherwise. So there's kind of a cool idea of like other towns and other cities might have different endeavors that are available to them, or maybe you gain additional endeavors because of your, unique character options. All in all, I think that's pretty cool. All right. Magic. So if it's not clear, magic in the old world comes from the forces of chaos. Chaos is evil. It represents the worst changes that are possible, in humankind. It is hate. It is mutation. It is greed. It is sloth. It is gluttony. It's everything bad. So that's what magic comes from. So literally, it is corrupted magic energy flowing across the world. So it's very feared, rightfully so, because even the most strongest of willed people will fall victim to magic. And that means that they might become mutated. They might become possessed. They might even, explode and have a demon rip out of their heart. So rightfully so, people are very afraid of wizards. Especially like untrained, undocumented, unregistered wizards. So here we have the winds of magic, which we've already described previous in this, with flowing across the continent, where it washes before gathering in the great heart of the great vortex at the heart of Ulthuan, which again is why the High Elves saved the world, blah, 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 blah. So this is all like, lore and shit. And here are our 8 winds. Okay. Casting a spell. Should a wizard mispronounce a single word, the magic they are wielding might shatter its bindings in a burst of energy. At other times, the wizard may channel the winds of magic with near perfection, and the magic will burst forth irresistibly. A character who wishes to cast a spell must make an exacting, that means multiple successes over time, willpower test, requiring a number of successes equal to the casting value of the spell or effect they are attempting to achieve. This is known as a casting test, and each individual test made as part of a casting test requires the use of an action. You need not declare what spell you are attempting to cast before making a casting test. Only what lore it is will be drawn from as you gather the correct winds of magic. So in other words, you can start gathering successes for a certain lore. Of like, for example, there's the lore of Ashqui, which is the lore of flame, the bright wizard, which is like the flame, fireball, that type of stuff. You can start gathering successes and then pick a spell later. Wizards often use this flexibility to match a spell to the changing situation on the battlefield, gathering arcane power before releasing it at an arcane moment. Wearing armor or holding a bulky item, such as a shield, interferes with the deft movements and careful marshaling of the winds of magic test. Casting tests made under circumstances are always grim. So, yikes. Don't cast in armor, folks. You're going to be basically rolling with disadvantage. Interrupted casting. Holding on to arcane power is inherently dangerous, especially if you are not actively channeling it into a spell. Once you have begun casting a spell, you must continue to do so, or you add a 1 missed cast die, which we'll get to on the next page, for each casting test that you skip. So once you start channeling, you either have to keep channeling or cast a spell. If you take a turn off, you add a miscast die to your miscast pool. If you wish to end your attempts to cast a spell prematurely, you may do so, but in doing so, you suffer a miscast, rolling all of the dice in your miscast pool. Once a wizard has begun to gather power, they would be well advised to find something useful to do with it. So Frederick von Blal, a Hexen Guild wizard, is attempting to cast a spell with a casting value of 4. He makes a casting test and achieves 2 successes. Unfortunately, Frederick is surprised by a cackling goblin, though he thankfully manages to avoid its poisoned arrows. On his next turn, Frederick considers his options. He intends to cast a powerful spell to send the whole pack of goblins running, but he needs more time to do so. Luckily, Frederick brought a backup plan. He uses his action to fire his pistol at the goblin, slaying it. But as he did not use his action to make a casting test, Frederick gains a miscast die. Once you've made a casting test, if you have enough successes on your exacting test to meet or exceed the spell's casting value, you may choose to cast it immediately. If you do, resolve the spell's effect, lose all successes, and the next spell must start from scratch. Okay, fundamentally, I think that's pretty cool. The final roll on your casting test determines the potency of your spell. Your spell's potency is equal to the number of successes you rolled in the test immediately before casting the spell, regardless of casting value of the spell you are trying to cast or the total number of successes gathered. So the final test determines the potency. So we're still trying to cast our casting value 4 spell. We already had 2 successes. This is a new example. On our first turn, we gather 3 successes. On our second turn, we gather 2 more successes, resulting in a total of 5. The spell is cast as we managed to achieve 2 successes on the final roll required. And because we got 2 successes, the potency is 2. I was wondering if you could do this. Shrewd wizards will wait until the winds of magic blow in their favor before unleashing a crucial spell. If you have achieved enough success to cast a spell, but your last roll sucked and would be a terrible potency, you can always hold off on casting it this turn and make another casting test on a future turn with hopefully a greater degree of success. This does increase the risk of gaining more miscast dice, but it might be worth it to achieve just the right magnitude of arcane success. So you don't have to cast if your last roll sucked. All right, miscasts and the rule of 9. For reasons that are unclear to all save those schooled in the darkest secrets of magic, the number 9 is ill omen in matters of the arcane. When making a casting test, any result of a 9 on a die threatens to invoke disaster. When casting a spell, make note of any die which shows a 9. These dice are immediately added to your miscast pool. You may not re-roll them, even if the test is glorious. If, after a casting test, the number of dice in your miscast pool exceeds your level in wizards, this triggers a miscast. Your grasp on the winds of magic slackens, and raw eldritch power escapes your grasp, often with disastrous results. Take all the dice in your miscast pool and roll them. Add the results together and consult the miscast table. So this is like the magical wound table to see how badly things have gone. If you have achieved enough successes, you may cast your spell before rolling on the miscast table. Some results in the miscast table will allow you to continue casting. However, sometimes it can also blow up. When a battle or other tense situation reaches its conclusion, and you have a little while to catch your breath, you may safely dispose of any residual magic you have conjured. This empties your miscast pool and discards any successes that you have accumulated on a casting without causing a miscast. However, during battle or when time is a factor, you may take a recover action to reduce your miscast pool by 1. If you, after making a casting test, your miscast pool exceeds your wizard level, you must immediately roll on the miscast table, roll your entire pool, add the results together, and discard your miscast pool. The following table is suitable for any wizards. However, if the GM wishes, they can make specific tables for each of the specific lores. So, on a roll of 1 to 2, everybody suddenly feels a sudden sense of loss, although they're not sure what they have misplaced. So, weird, but it doesn't do anything. 1d10 objects such as coins or keys are transformed into creatures, which scuttle and scurry away in random directions. Again, weird, but not really problematic. All food becomes spoiled within long range. Milk becomes sour, vegetables rot. Everyone within you becomes prone. Your eyes become blind to the light of the sun, and you can only see by torchlight. The winds of magic twist your tongue, and you cannot tell a lie. Magic surrounds you, and you take on the appearance of whatever foe you most fear. Magic rips through your body and you suffer a wound. You open a rift in reality and the demons erupt forward. Magic overcomes you in a truly spectacular miasma of unnatural energy, ripping your body apart and spreading it over every zone within medium range. You are dead. Your body beyond salvation or reanimation. Your fate left, the fate of your soul left to the winds of magic. So yeah, from look, like my coins turned into little weird coin chaos bugs to you explode and scatter your magical remains over everywhere within a 100-foot radius. So yeah, classic miscast, gotta love it. Have 2 types of spells: formal spells and improvised spells. Formal spells are those whose have been proven successful and have been tested and copied down into works or books of magic called grimoires. Some of the finest honed works of art, such as spells shared among the Elves of Ulthuan, while others are profane rituals of bloody portent. Formal spells allow lesser wizards to achieve more powerful effects. Your character may cast any formal spell that they have memorized, or if they can read and write, which they have transcribed into their own grimoire. Casting a spell from a grimoire in the midst of combat is dangerous, as the grimoire must be held open in one hand, and an unwary wizard may be disarmed. Most wizards take time to memorize a few useful spells, just in case. Each wizard records spells in their own way, however, and so spells cast from an unfamiliar grimoire are always cast grim, until you take the formalized spell endeavor to copy it into your own grimoire. So you can basically cast fancy and magic out of your spell book, or you can memorize a couple of them into your mind so you don't need the spell book, but you still are casting basically a pre-written spell. Alternatively, we can craft spells by dangerous trial and error, feeling out patterns and applying our effects. An improvised spell is one cast intuitively by a wizard using whatever magic they command. This is typically employed either by complete novices or true experts, as those with enough understanding to comprehend the risks typically never do it. Discuss what you want to achieve with the GM. Lore descriptions include some examples, and you must have the appropriate wizard level to achieve the effect you require. So this is build our own spell on demand, such as lighting a flame, burning with a torch, blasting a group of enemies, freezing a lake solid. I don't know that I would call it Ars Magica Thaddeus, because this doesn't have like the noun verb system. I would call this more like because again, this is not, you're not making a spell, right? This is an improvised spell, right? So like Ars Magica, you're like creating a new spell essentially, and it's, you know, then you got to give it a name and stuff, right? Although there is like this kind of channeling raw magic thing. Anyways, so yeah, this gives us a ton of flexibility and a ton of customization. All right, fair enough. Right, but it doesn't have like the noun verb system, right? It's just thematically themed to whether we're an illusionist or an elementalist or whatever, right? And so this sets the base casting value. And then we can add additional modifiers if it's an AoE, or if it has a long range, or if it's a serious condition, or if we could double it if it's something truly extraordinary. It does say, though, skillful wizards who take the time can formalize an improvised spell and turn it into a formal spell, ready to cast again or passed on to another. Formalizing a spell halves its casting value. So the idea is that these casting values are extremely high, which means you're going to have to channel them for a long time to cast it, which means you're going to have a lot of chances to roll 9s, which means you're going to have a lot of chances to add miscast dice to your pool. Does that make sense? So by formalizing it and creating it into a formalized ritual and structure, you half the casting value. So you can get to it much quicker and with much less chances of rolling 9s and adding miscast dice. So very flavorful, but also completely, The lizardmen are not order aligned. That is such a bullshit thing. The lizards will kill anyone and everything. They're really more, I don't... The whole order and disorder thing, I think, is the most bullshit thing in Warhammer. Especially for the lizards. Also, lizardmen don't hang out in the Empire. They're like almost part of a hive mind, basically. Like they are just like literal servants to the Slann. Like they only serve the presumed will of the old ones and the great master plans. Like there isn't really lizardmen culture. They just are basically like worker drones, in some ways. I mean, there's lizardmen that live in the Southlands too, and basically Africa, Warhammer Africa. They're also cold-blooded. They would die in the Empire. So we've got spells that we have in our books. We can memorize a couple of them and cast them basically kind of quote unquote for free. Looks like that might be as long as we want to, and we can keep casting it. The downside is every time we cast a spell, we have chances that we're going to roll 9s. If we roll 9s, we're going to miscast. And once we get a couple miscast dice, it could be very problematic for us. So they give us a list of spells, not that many. So this is like, for example, this is the battle magic, which is like, battle type spells. And then they've got a whole section here on improvised battle magic. Things like creating a sword out of thin air, hurling a burst of flasks, a burst of force, summoning a wall of fire, conjuring mist. So the magic is still organized by colors and winds, but this, I think, is before the establishment of the imperial colleges. So, like, you don't fully, I think, have the college, like the Bright College and the Amethyst College. And so they don't have, like, the formal declaration the way that they do in the like the modern Warhammer era, if that makes sense. Because they even say here that I think I saw that here. Yeah, they still talk about the 8 winds. When the cataclysm struck and the geometric web of the old ones was shaken to its foundation, the winds of magic began to shine in many hues, divided into a prison into 8 distinct color. Elven mages found these strands of magic much easier to fall for. And so, any case, remember, the Imperial College of Mages was not created until Teclis actually came and taught the human wizards how to like properly cast magic. Now, keep in mind, he never taught them how to cast unpure refined high magic because he didn't think they could handle it. He thought they could only specialize on one color at a time. Yeah. But anyways, good stuff. So this is like almost kind of like a very primitive pre-Imperial College of Magic time frame before Teclis came and sort of instructed people how to like do it right. Anyways, I think I like this magic system. It's not Vancian it's quasi-Vancian, right? Because you still have formalized spells, and there's even kind of an idea of if you don't want to carry your grimoire around with you all the time or bust it out in the middle of a fight, you can kind of keep a couple of formulas memorized at once, but you literally have to change them during downtime. But each spell sort of has to be channeled separately, and there's always a risk for miscast. And it's not like you're going to literally blow up and die every time, but it could get annoying. But you can get pretty creative and pretty, freewheeling with it. Like we saw the improvised battle magic, and elementalism could do things like conjure a bonfire that sets an entire zone on fire, summon a spirit of wind to lift you from the ground and carry you to the top spire of a Sigmarite chapel, or, calm a raging storm, cause a fortress to rise out of the bare earth. Now, obviously, this is something that only a wizard 4 could do, which means you've taken the wizard talent 4 times, so you're a master level wizard. But it's still pretty cool shit, and we don't have to have summon earth fortress as a spell. Now, we could create the spell ad hoc, and it'll be really fucking difficult to do. And if we really wanted to, we could spend a downtime and create, summon earth fortress from the ground, and then now we have that in our book. But I like this as sort of a nice yin and yang between kind of pre-written spells and make whatever you want spells, which is pretty good. So yeah, and then we got stuff about the old world, and yeah, section on that. So all in all, it feels a lot like Warhammer 4th edition, but much more smooth and much more streamlined. I think the zone-based combat rules are pretty awesome, and I really do think the falling back rules and the wound rules are really great. Like, I think they're really good. Like that is, it's still zone-based, but it's tactical in a really fun and interesting way that I don't think you've seen in most traditional RPGs. The only RPG that I know of, I've talked at great length about wanting to take those rules, which came from the Lord of the Rings strategic battle game, where your characters fall back when they lose a fight, and put them into an RPG for a long time. And then they put them into the Old World game, and now they've put them into the Old World Roleplaying Game. And I think they're really cool because I think it creates dynamic movement. And it creates this idea of like the goblins, literally their line is breaking. They're falling back. And why does that matter? Because when they fall back, now you might outnumber them in a zone. And when you outnumber them in a zone, you get a bonus to attack them. You see? So like it gives you this, it's not just for effect. It's for real. Like, you could literally drive your enemy back out of a zone, and then you gain the advantage. And now all your allies get further bonuses to push people back. If somebody knocks someone prone, okay, when you're prone, you can't leave the zone that you're in. So if you knock someone prone and then you stagger them and then hit them again and stagger them, they can't choose to fall back because they're prone. They can't leave the zone. They can't choose to become a prone again. So they have to take a wound, right? This is also a really cool way to represent that you could be fighting a 1 hit point minion, and you might hit them and they might fall back. So now, even though they only have quote unquote 1 hit point, right? Like if you do a wound to them, they're dead. We don't even roll in the system. But now you've got to set up a situation where they can't fall back, okay? Where we've gotten them staggered or we've gotten them prone, right? So now when there's a big group of goblins, if we just come in there and try to hack them, now sure, if we do enough damage to overcome their resilience, they're dead. Still, we can still chop people down where they stand. But there's going to be a lot to this meta because I don't know exactly how the numbers are going to match up, but I'm willing to bet that, for enemies that are a little bit tougher than you, it might be hard unless you get a bunch of successes on your attack roll to cause a wound. So that means that your strategy is going to have to be, hey, somebody comes in with a magic spell first, a big gust of wind, they get knocked prone, then my ally goes, who then gets a bonus die because the enemy's prone. He stabs him. The enemy would be staggered, but can't be staggered again, so he has to fall back. Can't fall back. He's prone. Would become prone. Can't be prone. He's all prone. Takes a wound. Is dead. Okay, great. Now that enemy's dead. Now we outnumber the enemies. So my next ally that goes, maybe they're a weaker combatant, but now they get to go against the next enemy who got knocked prone. Well, now they're getting +1 dice because the enemy's prone, and they're getting +1 dice because we outnumber them. So now that weaker melee combatant, it's almost like the mage knocks them down. They're staggering back. The really cool dwarf comes forward, drops the guy with an axe. And now your little halfling with a knife, the momentum is on your player's side. You're surrounding them. The enemies can't fall back. They're staggering. Your halfling comes up, slits his throat, or just janks him under the thing while he's trying to get to his feet. That's really cool. But you have to be careful, because if you go and you miss the attack, then you become staggered, opening you up to being pushed back or knocked prone or taking a wound. And so your allies might want to wait to see who goes first, because they might want to use their later action to recover you from being staggered, so you don't get dogpiled by the bad guy. I think it's very interesting. I'm legitimately impressed with this system and the tactical considerations that this game opens up. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this might end up being one of the most tactically fulfilling combat systems I've seen, just on first glance. Again, I've not played the game. It's just my gut instinct and feel. Now, some of that is rooted in the fact that I've been playing this, not this precise game, but I've been playing this game for 30 years. I started playing Warhammer when I was like 12, 13. And so, enemies, of people falling back and rallying and rejoining a fight and, giving ground. That's always been part of the way that I approach miniature combat. It's just never been a thing in D&D, right? In D&D, until one person's dead. And this is a really interesting idea, because just because the enemy has 1 hit point as a minion, just because you hit them doesn't mean they're dead, right? You have to hit them hard enough. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're a dwarf with a great axe, you're probably going to be chopping down motherfuckers left to right. Now, we don't have a bestiary. We have no idea how tough these things are. But if we know basic stuff, we saw, for example, that a orc, which just like the game, has a toughness of 4. And if they're wearing light armor, they get +1. Let me go to the equipment. Trappings. Here we go. Okay. So a orc has a toughness of 4. If they're wearing light armor and have a shield, okay, which is not unreal, right? So you got an orc, he's got a choppa in one hand, a shield in another hand, he's wearing light armor. And this isn't an uncommon way to encounter an orc in the Warhammer game, by the way. So that orc, toughness 4, +1/+1, that orc is going to be sitting on a resilience score of 6. So that means you need to do, right, at least 6 points, right, of damage. I want to make sure that is correct. If it exceeds the target's resilience, it's okay. So you got to get better than 6. Okay. So our orc with light armor and a shield is sitting on resilience 6. So our, dwarf with an axe is dealing strength-based damage. Now he does get +1 damage to enemies wearing armor. That's nice, right? So he does more. It's like he basically cancels out their armor in a kind of in a certain way of looking at it. Thank you, PDF. I'm glad you were able to load so well. It really does not like me zooming. That's what it just loses its mind when I zoom. Anyways, so our dwarf with an axe, let's say the dwarf's strength is 4. So against our orc in light armor and shield, who has a resilience of 6, our dwarf is doing strength 4 +1 damage. You're doing 5 damage. That means they need to get 2 successes to get 7 to deal armor. That's 2 successes above the orc's defense. So, that's not just 2 successes out of a dice pool. That's 2 successes over what the orc rolled on his check. So if the orc rolls 1 or 2 successes, that means our dwarf needs to roll 3 or 4 successes to be able to wound this orc. Now, assuming our strength is 4, that means we're rolling 4 dice. That means all 4 need to succeed. That's probably very unlikely. Which is cool, which is very crazy. Once an enemy is staggered, then any hit, even one below resilience, has the ability to wound and kill. Yes, Phil, but only if they can't fall back, and only if they can't fall prone. So basically, once you're, because the idea of being staggered is, right, you got hit. Your armor, because this is the way that, like, quote unquote, real medieval combat works to a certain extent. Armor is basically going to protect you from almost everything. Like, most wounds on the battlefield are not going to penetrate armor. No sword, very few weapons are really going to penetrate armor, very rarely. But once you get hit, even if it doesn't kill you, the wound's still connected with you and it leaves you reeling. And when you're reeling for a brief moment, that's when any follow-up hit is going to hit you in a vulnerable area, or, attack, at the side or in the back or on your head or in your knee, like a place that normally you would be more mindful of and be protective of. So the idea here is, yes, like, if you get hit and you're rocked back on your heels by being staggered, then all someone has to do is connect with you, and it's going to be a wounding scenario. But remember, that could mean that we fall back. That just means that we're getting driven back. We're literally knocked back on our heels and fall back into a zone. Oh, if we can't do that, we could choose to be knocked prone. If we can't be knocked prone, then that, If you're staggered, does a hit that exceeds your resilience do anything extra? Yes, Phil, it wounds you. It goes straight to the wound. You don't get to fall back. You don't get to fall prone. If it exceeds your resilience, you're dead, if you're a minion. There's no falling back or, doing any of that rigmarole. Because if you, if you succeed, we go straight to the attack, right? It's only if you're staggered and then staggered again that you can choose to give ground, fall prone, or suffer a wound. So if you roll higher than their resilience, whether they're staggered or not staggered, they're taking a wound. And in the case of a minion, that means that they're dead. I'm telling you, folks, I think this has a lot of interesting tactical capability. I think it's really, really cool. Yeah. So yeah, your defense acts like a static damage reduction. Yeah. But also, too, this is really important, Alia. Remember, ties favor the attacker, in which case you exceeded it by 0, I suppose. In which case you just do your base damage. But remember, if the defender rolls higher, if the defender rolls 3 successes on their defense roll, and the attacker only rolled 1 or 2 successes on the attack roll, not only does the defender not take damage, they don't become staggered. The attacker in melee, the attacker becomes staggered in return. That means that if that was like the final action of the PC's turn, you're about to go into the monster's turn, you're starting the monster's turn staggered, which means that a goblin comes up to you, hits you. Oh, it doesn't get through your armor. You're staggered. Okay, are you falling back? Are you taking a wound? Are you falling prone? And you're like, well, I guess I fall back. Great, you fall back into another zone. Another goblin engages you and attacks you. You know what I mean? Like, you can't fall back again. So, once you can only fall back once per turn. So it's really interesting how they're going to it's like the goblins are swarming all over you, and like the first ones, you have room to fall back. So you fall back, and then another goblin's swarming on top of you and you fall to the ground as they're like tripping you out. And then that third goblin lands there, and none of them have penetrated your armor, but they still have pushed you back. They've still dragged you to the ground or forced you to the ground. And now when that third goblin hits you in the chest, you have to take a wound. I think that's really cool. I think that's really, really cool. It makes being prone really scary too, because you don't have that get out of jail free card to be able to go to the ground or fall back. It does a lot of things. You know, screw falling back. The line must be drawn here, this far, no farther, and I will make them pay for what they've done. One of the best lines in Star Trek history. It's not really very Captain Jean-Luc Picard, but I get that he was suffering from PTSD in that movie, so I guess it's okay. So yeah, I think it's really interesting. And it means that the tactical positioning of your location is really, really important. Because if you can set yourself up if you can attack in a way that the monsters don't even have the option to fall back because of the zones, then their only choice is to go to the ground. And once they're on the ground, they're at a massive disadvantage. And then that means that they're much more likely to even fall back again, you know, or be wounded again, and then be potentially dead. So I play tested the game today, 1v1, and there was a strange thing about two dwarves fighting each other with no armor and daggers. Weapon skill 4, melee 3, defense 3. I don't think defense is a thing, so. Defense 3, the stat. Got it. The skill. Strength 3 and toughness 4. They were unable to wound each other. Well, what do you mean? Because if one of them hits the other one, then they become staggered. And if they hit the other one again, they would be forced back or, you know, knocked prone or taken a wound. Unless you like literally mean like they never hit each other. I'm kind of confused. I mean, presumably, if you have two relatively equal people fighting, and there's infinite room to, you know, fall back, then, you know, you should be probably in a situation. I see you. They fall prone. They get up. They fall prone. I get it. They get up, right? Because you only get one attack. Yeah. All right. That's a weird, definitely a weird quirk of the system, I guess, in that respect. I definitely concur with that example. But right, because you can just stand up on your turn, right? Prone, looking. Yeah, that is interesting. That's a weird situation. Although I don't know that that's a situation that would ever come up a lot, but you know, maybe dwarves just, you know, they now you say they were unable to wound each other. What are they attacking with? Because if they got higher than their toughness, they would still cause a wound and still kill somebody, right? Right? Like if I'm not mistaken here. I don't know what happened to my. I don't know what happened to my. Oh, here it is. So like if dwarf A, their weapon skill is 4 and their melee is 3, so they roll 4. Okay, so strength -1, so they got daggers -1. Okay, so dwarf A attacks. They roll 4 dice, and let's say they get 3 successes. And dwarf B defends. He rolls 4 dice, and let's say that he gets 0 successes. And for some odd reason, I don't know why this doesn't work with that. Then this would be strength 3 -1 for the dagger plus 3 is 5. And this character's toughness would be 4. This guy just exceeded their resilience, so he just shanked him with the dagger and caused a wound. So I think that's basically how that would work. Basically, dwarves are tough sons of bitches, and if you're going to go after them with a dagger, you got to be really accurate and, you know, get 3 or 4 successes or, you know, something like that. I mean, they are evenly matched, so maybe that actually makes kind of sense in a certain stretch. I mean, they're literally fighting it's a duel between 2 exactly equivalent fighters. I would assume that the scenario would usually result in a tie most of the time until one of them biffed a defense roll or another one really, really succeeded on a roll. That probably seems right to a certain extent, right? If this person is attacking moderately and this person is defending just as moderately, then I would imagine, yeah, that fight would go on for a long while. Maybe they might get somebody and scuff them up and trip them and they flip back up and they're attacking and they're attacking and they're attacking. But I mean, these 2 characters are literally exactly evenly matched. So, well, remember, if the knife isn't connecting in a wound, then the knife didn't do anything. I mean, watch, think of the knife battle from Dune. Obviously, Paul is supremely skilled and beats him, but they're knife fighting. They're making many, 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 many salvos of attacks, and nobody gets hurt by the knife until, the end when they're dead. Sure, that's fair. I agree that prone being able to be removed by your free movement is kind of a thing, potentially. Although, but true, very true. But we're also not, Well, if you have a knife, you're not unarmed. Okay, I was going to say. But what I was going to say is, if we had a zone here, and we had a zone here, and we have we got our enemy dwarf here, and this is us. Okay, we hit him. Okay, we hit him. We don't cause enough to have him think. So he becomes prone, right? He's prone. We use our free move to leave the zone. Now, on his turn, if he uses his free move to stand up, he has an action, which he could use to move in and engage with us. But then he doesn't get to make an attack. So at least if we're knocking him prone, he doesn't get to make an attack, assuming that we can kind of move back and forth between these 2 zones. So there is that. Like if we knock him prone and then use our free move to fall back, then if he stands up, he has to spend his turn engaging, and he doesn't get to make an attack, so at least we're not being attacked back, I guess. I don't know. We're probably trying to be too pedantic about a situation that probably won't come up that much, but anyways. That's pretty funny. I mean, I think that's a weird fight to play out, LeBron, but hey, maybe that's a good one. I don't know. Okay. Stream already went 4 hours. Very cool. And honestly, it's a nice, refreshing change of pace after, we've been focusing much on Daggerheart and stuff like that. For those of you at home who want to know what is a simulationist game that Derek would play at this point in time in his life, it would be this one. This game clearly has some simulationism to it, right? It even had festering wounds. But what was the festering wounds thing? It was, hey, if you took a wound at any point in time today, make an endurance check, and if the DC is the number of wounds you took, and if you fail that, your wounds become festering, and now they basically treat as being active, and so your future wounds are more problematic. That is all the level of simulation I need for, damaged or deranged wounds. Not that I even really need damaged or diseased or infected wounds, but it has just enough simulation. So this is great. This is important, right? Because in the Venn diagram of games, we have found a Venn diagram game that, for example, Elia and Derek would both like. By the way, another game that lives in this realm, I think you would agree, is Forbidden Lands. This has just enough simulationism to get her approval. It has just enough simulationism to not be too simulationist for Derek to get my seal of approval. So this is a game that we could both happily live in, because I think there's enough here with the mechanics and the game and the little bit of narrative breathing room that we get through the fate and the spending of the fate and the burning of the fate, that I think it's a really fun little game. And I enjoyed the ease of the mechanics. I like the dice pool system. It's very simple, very intuitive. I want more characteristics, but I also want more skills. I also like that characteristics are improved by spending XP. Skills are improved by doing things in downtime. So it's kind of a cool way that you have these dual-pronged things. Now, I'm sure the GM guide will talk about grim portents and the arc of your characters and all the horrible things about that. Enrique, yeah, I ran a Forbidden Lands campaign all of last year. I think Forbidden Lands is excellent. I have some problems with the game, some problems with its editing, some problems with its language that have, I think, to do with translation and just wordiness issues. And there's a couple of things about willpower and pushing rolls that I don't like because of the weird connotation. It encourages players want to fail so that they can push, so that they can earn willpower. It's a weird loop that I don't love, but it worked fine. We played it rules as written, and it worked fine. And we had a nice little campaign, and the players built a stronghold, and they stood up against the Rust Brothers, and they explored Weatherstone, and they visited the northern. They visited what's the name of the Druid homeland? I don't remember. Crystal Keep or Crystal Town or whatever. Well, those are both great games. We love all of them. What are the major differences setting wise between Warhammer, between the Old World and Warhammer, like classic is what we would call that. Well, the big difference is that in the time of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition, you have Emperor Karl Franz is the Emperor of the Empire. The Empire is strong and united before the advent of Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, and the Empire is sort of one solid land. There's always going to be people squabbling and fighting in the background, but fundamentally, it is a united kingdom. This idea here is that the Empire currently does not have an emperor, and so that's one. So that it kind of adds an additional sort of element to the game. The other thing, which I think is really important, if reading from the tone, is in Warhammer Classic, if you want to call it that, for roleplay. The idea is that everything is horrible, is like the Skaven, the orcs and goblins, the night elves, the chaos, everything is bad, right? The Empire is teetering on the edge of destruction. It's a very grim world with a very grim outlook, right? In the far future of the war, the far darkness, there is only the future of war. In the far grim darkness of the far future, there's only war, which is 40K thing. This game, Old World, takes sort of hey, it's still a dangerous world. Hey, the Empire isn't perfect. But you know what? The enemies have been beaten back, right? The vampire wars have occurred. The orcs and goblins have been sort of driven back into their mountain fastnesses. It's a dangerous world, but it is not a death around every instantaneous corner world. And that's why it's a grim and glorious world. There's sort of a feeling here of, hey, we've pushed back the forces of evil and darkness enough to give humanity a chance, right? And instead of being like twinkling lights in an ever-feeling darkness that are beginning to go out one by one, this is a chance for like us to win. It's a chance for us to rebuild. We fought the dark threats and pushed them back. So now the forces of order, the forces of good, forces of order. Yes, Aelia said it better than me. The threats don't seem immediately existential. In Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay and in the world of the classic Old World, the threats are all like, and the world ends. And then the world ends. And then the Skaven drop a weird stone comet on the Empire and everybody dies. You know, it's all end of thing. The other thing, which I think Laban points out really well here, is in the current setting of now, magic is always dangerous and always it's dangerous always. But in the Empire of the classic Warhammer world, the Imperial College of Mages exists. And so while magic is still regulated heavily, it is a tool used by the Empire. At this era, this is before the advent of the Imperial College of Magic. And so magic is a much more sort of underground, dangerous, no official state sanction, witchcraft and heretics. And, you have to be very careful about practicing magic. You always do, to be clear. But at least it doesn't have that state-sponsored officialness. Teclis has not come over and, made the introduction to humans about, hey, here's how you cast magic and not turn into a demon. Let's see if there's anything else here on the wiki. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I can think of. You know what it's like? You know that series of novels that Star Wars did? Not the Old Republic, but they did that series of novels. There's a whole novel line called The High Republic, right? It's like when the Republic wasn't like this aging, bureaucratic, on the verge of collapse, swollen with ineptitudes, and the Jedi Order was small and fragmented. It was like, hey, remember there was a time when like stuff was okay, like stuff was good, like the Jedi were strong and the Republic was strong. That is what they're doing here, because this is their attempt to make a Warhammer game that is not on the razor's edge of apocalypse, because it turns out that a lot of people don't like to play in that kind of like super grim dark. There's no point, like, I dare I say Cthulhu. In fact, one of the reasons I don't like Call of Cthulhu is that feeling that, well, no matter what I do, we lose. Maybe we buy humanity another day, another week. My character's life is nothing. Even if we win, it's only forestalling the inevitable. There is no victory that humans could ever have against this ancient, unknowable alien force. We are nothing. We are specks of dust in an uncaring, unwilling. That kind of like cosmic horror doesn't exactly thrill me to like, let me go participate and play in that. So that's part of the reason why, while I may love the game of Warhammer, some of the grim darkness of it has never really, and again, I like the game of the Warhammer game, which is, not a role-playing game, so it doesn't have that same sort of genre elements as much. It's more about the, maneuvering your armies and winning. It is funny that they do have literally 3 different Warhammer games set in the fantasy genre. You now have Warhammer The Old World Roleplaying Game. You have Warhammer Fantasy Roleplaying 4th edition, and then you have Warhammer, what's it called? Soul Pack, Soulbound, Age of Souls, Age of Sigmar. Soulbound, yeah, which is Age of Sigmar, which is fantasy, but like superhero, space marine, knight fantasy. It's crazy and it's stupid, and they are ridiculous for the fact that they have multiple lines of products at different times and places, right? Because Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay occurs here. Old World occurs several hundred years earlier, and technically Soulbound occurs during the Age of Sigmar, which is after the end time, so it occurs in the future, I guess. And they're all 3 completely different systems, I think. So, yeah, it's wild. But again, I thought the game system looked cool. I've said it before, I'm not a huge D100 fan. I like this dice pool system. It seems quick and elegant and fun. I like that. The system seems basic and simple to understand. I like the fate system. I love the combat system, I think. I mean, I'd have to really play it out, other than two dwarves with daggers tickle fighting each other. The strategy seems like it's there. The wizard has a lot of thing. And yeah, I think it's got a lot of cool features. Oh, and I like the Endeavor system. I don't know. I'd have to understand the context of time a little bit better to understand the XP system, and like, is getting just 1 XP per system or per session a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what the game is about. But it definitely seems like it's a game that like the players and the GM are going to work at session 1 to say like, look, this isn't just you can do whatever you want. It's a sandbox. Go play whatever game. I'm not saying that you're on a railroad, but the game clearly starts off with your characters. They are involved with Evil X, and that Evil X has a plan, and they're not passive. They're coming for you. They're coming for their victory, and you will not be able to stay idle. And so it's this idea that, the wheel ever changes, but your character in the meantime, as between adventures, is still making a living. I like that. I think that's a cool supplement that feels different from D&D. It definitely feels different from Daggerheart, and I think it's pretty cool. So for me, in terms of like simulationism, this is kind of a game that I think I could get behind. I don't like opposed rolls generally, but I like this opposed roll system better because it's a dice pool comparing successes, which I think is a lot more elegant than the weird systems that you get with D100 that sometimes get really wonky and confusing. And I like that it's a very simple system of, well, hey, you rolled 2 successes, I rolled 5 successes, so I got 3 successes more than you, and boom, you get the hit. Yeah, no hit points is interesting. I think that's kind of cool. No wounds system, if you will. Obviously, the champion monsters kind of have hit points, right? Because you could wound them multiple times. But I mean, yes, as a player character, you will never die from hit points. You will just take enough wounds until you eventually are critically injured and bleed to death, or you have so many wounds that the next time you take a wound, you're rolling like 4d10, you roll a 26 or whatever, and you get decapitated. So that is kind of cool. I'm not going to lie. I do like that. Or you take no damage, you become staggered, but you take no damage. And while staggered makes you kind of at risk for being pushed back or prone or wounded, it essentially is nothing. You would have to tell me, it's been a very long time since I played Vampire. That is probably a reasonable concern, but knowing Cubicle 7, they will somehow figure out a way to keep producing all of these books anyways. So yeah, I would say that this game has entered the list of games Derek would actually be wanting to play right now. That list, by the way, obviously includes Daggerheart, which we're hopefully going to be playing here soon. And the One Ring 2nd Edition. And now there are some games that I want to play again that I've played before, but I really have to push those back because, it's not fair because I have played them. Like, I want to play Legend of the Five Rings again, and I want to play Legend of the Five Rings, and I want to play Forbidden Lands again, but this time with some home rules and some house rules. We played it raw when we played it the first time, but after playing through it for a whole year, I think there are some changes I would make to Forbidden Lands. So Legend of the Five Rings, same thing, but those are games I've played in the last couple of years. But I want to play One Ring. Previously, the list was Daggerheart, the One Ring 2nd Edition, and Fabula Ultima. I would now say that I have added Mythic Bastion Land and Warhammer The Old World to it. I think that's where I'm at right now on the 5 RPGs that I'm currently not playing, that I haven't played, like sat down and really played. Like, I've played Fabula Ultima, but it, as one shot. I've played Daggerheart in the beta as one shot. You know what I mean? But I mean, like, really sit down and get 6 to 10 sessions at least with the game system. But those are the 5, I think, right now that I most want to play. Daggerheart obviously is top of the list simply because it has so much interest from not only other players in my immediate gaming group, Smith, Bob, Tim, but from viewers as well who really want to see it played. But yeah, Daggerheart, One Ring, Fabula Ultima, Mythic Bastionland, Warhammer Old World. Is there any others? I mean, I'm sure there is. I mean, some of the games that I want to play, I've already played. So again, I have to put those down lower on the list. Like 13th Age Second Edition is coming out soon, but I've played 13th Age First Edition, and while they've changed stuff, they haven't changed it a ton. I mean, not saying that I think it's a bad thing. I'm excited for it when it comes out. You know, and I will say, I mean, again, I know that like I'm a patron of Matt Colville, so I know that Draw Steel released like its penultimate release before the ultimate release. You know, that for the patrons. I haven't looked at that yet, and some people are like, "Are you gonna look at that?" And I was like, "I don't think I should because it's only available to patrons, and I don't want to like be showing that up on the stream and stuff like that." But I don't know that I don't. We did the Tower Adventure one shot thing for Draw Steel. I don't know. I don't think Draw Steel is gonna. I kickstarted it. I'm getting it. I'll definitely review it on this channel, but it's not on my list of games that I'm really interested in playing right now. Tickling Time Bob Game says Legend 5 Rings, First Edition 7C, and Vampire the Masquerade. All right. Sebastian says our list are disturbingly close. That's awesome. Free Market. That's like on one of those like weird perverse interest things, not like actually any reasonable take to actually play that game. Matt Colville is an acquired taste. Like I said, I think 80% of his videos are great. I think they're great. 20% of his videos, I think his takes are, stuff. But, that's probably the same for me than most people are. 13th Age does, in my opinion, fill a very similar space to Daggerheart. I will say that I think 13th Age is more traditional adventure fantasy than Daggerheart. And so if you have a group that maybe you want to push them towards a more story fiction forward type gaming, but they don't want to go all the way to Daggerheart, I would recommend going to 13th Age first, especially with a new edition coming out. It'll be very popular. And like, I think 13th Age is a great stepping stone for people who have been very familiar with, say, Pathfinder 2 or D&D 5th edition. And then you play 13th Age, and then it'll introduce certain subtle concepts that then if you want to take the next step and say go to a Daggerheart or a Fate or even, to a PBTA game, I think will feel much safer. I think going from 5e to Daggerheart is a big leap. I think it is a big leap. I think people can do it. I think people should believe in themselves, but I do think it is a big leap. I think 13th Age exists in the space between Daggerheart and 5th edition. So yeah, I'm excited. Again, it made the short list. When am I going to play it? No clue. How am I going to play it? Not a damn clue. But it's cool, and I'll be honest with you, I really think that the combat system is awesome. Like this is one of the most exciting I've been for a combat system in a very, 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 very long time. Very long time. I like this combat system better than Daggerheart. So let me be very clear about that. I don't necessarily know that I like the whole system better than Daggerheart, but I love this combat system a lot. So, all right, I am going to wrap it up. Hopefully we get awesome and incredible and amazing VTT support it, because this would be a great and awesome, cool game to get VTT support for. It'd be fun to be able to, just have all this stuff right there on tracking in the VTT and on the system. I don't know. Cubicle 7 historically has been pretty good with that, right? We'll see. I think it'll be really cool, and I think it'll be really, Cubicle. That's what I thought. Cubicle 7, I think historically has been pretty good about it. So, good grid. No, you wouldn't need a grid at all. In fact, you absolutely don't want a grid. It's zone based. There literally is no reason to have a grid. Again, the only reason I like using a VTT, like a game like this, you could totally just play on, a shared whiteboard or a Miro. The only reason I like having a VTT is because I like having the game mechanic elements be part of the system. Like the classic trope of we just use a shared whiteboard system and then everybody has a character sheet in front of them and then we dice roll in Discord. I just really don't like that. So that'd be sweet, Thaddeus. I'd be awesome with that. I'd be down with that. Yeah, maybe this will be, because I've got 2 Torchbearer games that are running currently, and those are going to be wrapping up probably in the next month. to 6 weeks. So I'm going to have some more opportunity on my time. And now that I'm not working, in theory, I can sort of reset my expectations about how often I'm going to play games. So yeah, it'd be sweet. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for showing up today and hanging out with me for a little while. I know it wasn't Daggerheart. I'm sure some of you were disappointed, but you know what? I like first looks, and I have no shame about that. I like looking at new games. They're always fun. Hopefully you appreciate that and enjoy that too. Shout out to Damien, Thad, Edward, and Elia for our tips and super chats for today. That's really awesome of you. Appreciate it so much. Thank you again. What is the verdict on the game? Unfortunate Pumpkin, I think it's great. I think it's awesome. I think it's simulationist, but it's not so simulationist that I don't like it. And I think the combat system might be one of my favorite combat systems I've ever seen in my entire life. So there's that. I like the magic, and I like the dice pool system too. And it was an opposed roll system that I didn't hate. In fact, maybe even think is okay. So there's a lot to like. There's a lot to like here. I'm trying to think if there's anything that really stuck out as sucking. I mean, some of the things are esoteric and sort of tied to Warhammer, but I enjoy that. So for sure. So yeah, enjoy the VOD. And again, thank you everybody for hanging out with us. Don't know when we'll be back next, certainly next Tuesday, but short of that, always make sure you're subscribed and ring the bell, because you never know when we're going to go live. And we have more Daggerheart games to give away in the coming weeks. Bob and I are hard at work trying to, as you can see, the studio move place thing is underway. Hopefully next time I do a live stream, this setup will be in a different room, and we'll go from there. So there's a lot to look forward to. As always, stay tuned. Check us out on patreon.com/KnightsOfClassicall. If you're interested in this game, I have a link in the doobly-doo below. You can buy the PDF. If you want to pre-order the hardcover, I guguess you get the PDF too, but then you got to pay for the hardcover. So the PDF is cheaper, but maybe you want the hardcover instead. I'm upset that I bought the PDF, but because I'll totally pre-order this. That's pretty awesome. But you never know. You don't know until you do it. So I appreciate you all sticking around, hanging out. Look forward to talking to you all on the Patreon. Until next time, we'll see ya on Knights of Last Call. Peace out, everybody. Good night.